not having internet. You end up we keep making these breakthroughs, bro, and then you just end up not having internet, and then it's just like, damn, like it just stops everything that we're doing.
Nah, we're still doing shit.
I suppose. I mean, we are doing shit, but like, damn, like if you were in Riverside, I wouldn't have to be doing ghetto shit, and I can work this like a real studio. But since we're not doing that, I have to resort to ghetto shit, and there's no point of doing anything because it's just like we're doing ghetto shit.
Cry me a river, Alex.
Floor lamp, which
Even if that's first world countries, like first world problems, if I ever heard one.
damn right, magenta. I'm gonna set it to magenta. Add action. Turn on. Change brightness 100%. Bro, I'm I love AI so much that now I'm even doing shit that's not even AI. I'm just like, look, I'm trying to teach my house how to do automation. Change the lights. Wait, what device is that right there? What's behind me right now?
Let me open ChatGPT as well.
Trey's room. Okay, automations. Trey's room. Percent turn on. Trey's room. Okay, set chill vibes. This shit just doesn't want to work. And it's like, it's so weird. Because even when I have it turned on and I look at it like on camera, you can't even really even tell that it's on. Like, it's so weak. It's so
For
weak.
real? What?
It just looks like
Hadouken?
yeah, like
Kamehameha?
a Hadouken. All right, where we at with this? Where we at with this? Where we at with this? What's up, chat? What's up, chat? Where we at, chat? Where we at with this chat? What are we building today, chat? I'm zooted off a one shot of espresso. I'm zooted off a half a shot. Let's get it.
Zooted.
All right, so let's really let's take a dive into this. Okay, so I'm gonna let you see my whole screen. Oh wait, no. You know what? We can't do that. Wait. You know what? Okay,
What?
look. So on this episode of Stop Scrolling, we call this what was that one show that they had where they were like whose line is this anyway?
Whose line is it anyway?
Yeah, this is our version. This is Stop Scrolling's whose line you're up.
Okay, that's interesting. Explain. Elaborate. Let's do this.
Actually, I'm just kidding. I don't really have I don't have an idea.
Do you know how that works? How that show works?
I mean, no.
So there's kind of like a host, and they just have
I
a
know.
one line subject matter.
I know they're freestyling it.
There's
That's all I know.
yeah, they pretty much they're like things that you would say to your mother who you hate on.
No.
Yeah,
You cut out for a second.
can you hear me?
Yeah. Ask ChatGPT
It's
for.
like
You gotta ask ChatGPT for some whose line is it anyways?
I'm downloading Pokemon TCG Live right now.
Pokemon GPT.
TCG trading card game.
Oh, that's sick. I want to play. Bro, that's crazy. Sade's Kiss of Life came out in 1993.
Hey, you think we can live stream a match between you and me?
Uh, yeah, we can do
Like,
anything.
all right, download it. Download it on your computer.
What do you mean?
Download Pokemon TCG on your computer.
A girl that drink lean ain't a girl no mo.
What is she?
All right, hold on, hold
What
on.
is she?
Damn, Lizzo's kind of fine now. Damn, Lizzo.
No, she's
Damn.
not. Her proportions are off.
Huh?
Said no, she's not. Her proportions are still off.
Bro, why you hating?
Tell a bitch she looks like Lizzo. See what happens.
Here, this is what I'm gonna do. You.
All right, Alex, download Pokemon TCG.
All
Let's
right.
play.
Hold on. Let me share my motherfucking. Where's that shit? Which window? Chrome tab. Yep, we are at Elon. Okay, there. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. You said Pokemon trading card game. Okay. All right, hold on 1 second. Damn, I've uploaded so much content to Free Label. It's beautiful. Beautiful sight to see. Um, okay. The Pokemon. Can I buy it? Wait. TCG Live? Download on App Store. It's the color of life. There must have been an angel by my side. Na, 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 na. Wait, that's not it. Mac apps. Oh, it's only for iOS. Yeah, it's only for iOS, dog. The computer. Oh, you know what's dope? I forgot that I have this new feature that I can use my phone. Damn! Bro, okay, yeah, it's up. It's up. What's up? What you want? What you want to do? What you want to do, bro? What? I can Bro, I can use my phone on my computer. What? What? Phone in use. All right, hold on. Trying to get out of here. This is insane. I can control my phone. Okay, so how do I swipe up? No, how do I get out of here? Oh, okay. So, what am I doing? App Store. App Store. Um, what the fuck? I just kicked myself out. What was I doing? Wait, which one is it? Trading Guard Pocket or Live, right? Let's see. What was I doing? Oh, damn. I'm trying to think. Should I just share the tab? Let's share the tab. Arcanine. All right, copy link and then put that here. Okay, so I'm gonna say can you upload this to my AMRail live profile? Bam! Just like that. You don't even have to do nothing. You just type it, paste it, and there, it's on your phone. You ever heard of Puma Blue? You ever heard of Puma Blue?
Does it get better? 'Cause darling, nothing feels right. I know we're separate, but I saw you in the sweetest light. Softness so tender. You saw the light and left my eyes. I know I hurt you, but if I can, I wanna make it right. For the last time in love. For the last time in
Yes.
love. For the last time in love. For the last time in love.
Okay.
Stood in your last breath. Couldn't believe it was gone.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, I downloaded it. I downloaded it. Look how easy it is to upload. Bro, I've uploaded like 100 songs already, and like I haven't even, you know, it's crazy.
to go with me, to go. Finally said.
America's most top secret spy plane isn't just for taking photographs anymore. The SR-72 will also drop hypersonic missiles onto unsuspecting foreheads from anywhere in the world in less than an hour.
Can you hear that? Hear that? Hold on. Seriously, I'll press play and in the next 5 seconds tell me if you hear anything.
Please stop, sir. I can only hua
hear
so
that?
hard.
Think of GPT 4.5 is here, and it's weird. Sure, it's a creative genius, and it easily passes the vibe check, but it's surprisingly weird.
Bro, that's annoying. Okay, look, I'm gonna do this. Because I know that this will work for sure. I'm like getting so good at being able to like do the tabs and shit. Okay, so okay, watch. You're gonna be able to hear this.
Weak at coding. The price is borderline absurd. 25 times more expensive than Claude, and a mind-blowing $750 times Gemini 2.0. So what's going on here? Let's dive in. Okay, quick thing I have to admit. That intro was written by GPT 4.5. It took some effort. We got a pretty good one out. It's better at writing than almost any other model I've used. There's a lot of catches, in particular that price. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to talk about here, but if I'm going to justify letting this model do anything, we have to pay the bill. So let's quickly hear from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Today's sponsor is Augment Code, and at first look, it might seem like yet
Fuck
another
that.
AI code editor. I promise
That's crazy. It costs $75 for a million inputs and shit. That's it. That's basically like, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. That's crazy. Remember Travie McCoy? I thought his name was Travis McCoy, and people always like mispronounce his name. But why do they call him? Why is it Travie? But he actually goes by Travie. That's weird. Everyone's copycats. They all copied me.
Jazz.
I don't know if I should
Ordinary people.
kill noise or try and revive it or just have everything under aim ready alive. Because I feel like if I put it under aim ready alive, it's like such a strong brand. I'll try and bring back noise, but whenever it's right. Whenever it is right. Whenever it is right. But right now is not right. Hey, right now is not the time. Cap. Okay, I'm coming. I'm just uploading music right now. I'm trying to, trying to get that foot. Dude, honestly, I'll start, bro. Let me get this shit right now. What the hell? I think I'm not sharing my fucking thing. Okay, Larry June. No.
Man. Hands up! Hands up!
Bro, you have no clue. I've been listening to Larry June for so long that it's to a point where it's like, duh.
Roll it loud! Let's go! Lambo Evo, press a couple buttons, parked it right by the speedboat. Sipping on some rare shit, touchdown, shot town, mink in a rare. Colored eyes, brown skin, and you know she real. Nothing $500,000 spent, but I slid good. Talking big numbers with the why grip the wood. Check it out, only speak facts, so she hit me out. Heated toilets in the bathroom, sitting. She got a whole situation, but ready to risk it. When you ready, just give me a call. I know I'm just checking the mail, but got that shit on. I'm a little younger than dude, but still, hands up. It don't got no love for you, love for you, love for you. One more time. Bet it's getting so cold. Man, it don't got no love. Hey, suck it to me.
Yo, say something.
Hold on, man. Let's turn this motherfucker up. Go Monroe, go Monroe, go Monroe, go Monroe.
Oh, that's Monroe.
Go Monroe,
I know
go
Monroe.
Monroe.
Well, I know all of them. What am I talking about?
Damn, now you got back. You're looking like something that a nigga might tap. It's feeling like 2019 all again. 87 bet, me and Trey in the win. Touchdown in Vegas, did a play at the win. I'm reaching in my pocket and I'm coming through a 10. I put the fours up cause it's time to fucking get it. I hit my nigga Carter, we ain't dropped in a minute. You the type of nigga hit your brother with the chair. I'm the type of nigga skirt, I'm a Claire. I'm living life now, I ain't tripping. I'm tripping when my niggas kick back.
All right, hit me.
The same time, I be sticking and moving. I be sticking and moving. Nigga, I be sticking and moving.
I'm trying to make it out, trying to run it. I'm sticking and moving. Go up and feel stuff. Nigga, it's something I'm
suck it to me. Y'all know this shit. 1, 2, 3, go! Damn, now you got back. Looking like something that a nigga might tap. From Fifth City, young niggas pulling jacks. North Face coat with a dirty ass strap. But me, I'm a Mac. I fuck with the hoes. Fuck the puss, bitch. I need a bitch.
Bitcoin.
You probably never knew what the bitch been going. I don't give a fuck, love. Keep going. Cause that's your pussy. You can do what you want. I use my brain, never hands on the hoe. I never trick off for you.
You already know.
Polo loud, white jeans.
That vacuum track is loud as hell.
They didn't know how to park my shit, so I showed them how to go. I got Valley in the O, that's my cousin Lil Joe. Put the school in it. Hands up! Hands up! What I say? Nigga all time. What I say? Nigga all time. Louder.
Yeah.
Sing it. One more time. Yeah. I knew a girl from Tracy. She went crazy. Always drove down to the bay just to pay me. I'm foolish. I'm a dog, but nigga 100, I ain't next to bitch at all. So don't blame me, blame the stock AMG had to Tracy.
Where's the DJ?
How you
Get the
been?
DJ
I'ma
on.
give you 100, I hit it again. My name is Larry. And bitch, I'm a player. And bitch, I'm a player. I don't wanna get married. These niggas is weird. So I'm to the next. I'm wrong around LA. I got trust to check. I never hit those, but I checked the net. Told her jump in the shop, but she hop in my bed. Playing shit, new outfit, I'm killing shit. Barbecue with my hands up. Hands up. What I say? Nigga off top. I I need this shit loud.
Nigga off top.
Come on, roll it loud. I need it loud. One more time. One more time.
Hey.
Good job, love.
Keep that shit running.
You're doing good. Numbers.
Trap. Stat. Yeah. Matt. I'm reaching in my motherfucking pocket. 5 G's cash in the modified whopper. I'm picking up this bitch, I'm a sack. Bonafide snow, guaranteed to make dollars. There's only 2 bitches that I like. A trapping asshole and a square that keeps it solid. You niggas too worried about niggas. Yeah. Bitch, I just made a 50 ball last night. I'm riding in my 5-point easy. I'm sliding to the point, so I'm gripping on it. Saw black 650, it was Steve. I said, what's happening with my nigga? He get called me if it. I got a little light-skinned bitch from the ridge. I told her off the rip, love, I'm not happy. It's way too much fucking money to get. You knew the bitch was out of. What I say? Trap, nigga trap, stack, nigga stack like a motherfucker, Mac, nigga like a motherfucker, like a, one more time, look, trap, nigga trap, stack, nigga stack like a, Mac, nigga,
To go, find an oasis. You and me across the sea. You and me, no night if I can hold me down. 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 Find an oasis across the sea. Find an oasis across the sea. On an island. Find an oasis across the sea. On an island. Find an oasis across the sea. On an island where I can be. To go, to go. Oasis. To Cross the sea. And the 9 to 5 can hold me down, but I can breathe. And the 9 to 5 can hold me down. And the 9 to 5 can hold me down. Finding oasis across the sea. 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 What's with this fussing and cussing and fighting? We should be united, yo. If we treat each other like dirt, the world's a jungle. But it's all we got. We should not make it feel like a world of hurt. What's with this fussing and cussing and fighting? We should be united, yo. If we treat each other like dirt, the world's a jungle. But it's all we got. We should not make it feel like a world of hurt. It's time for a change, cause it feels like there's a lot of love missing. What's going down? A smile is a strain. So much easier to find a frown. Should be the other way around. A penny for a rage. That's all it seems to take to see brothers get away. Whoa. Got to turn the page. North and South are always at war. Don't know what East and West are fighting for. Imagine what it's like in the middle of it all, rising from a fall. Sure makes me wonder, what's with this fussing and cussing and fighting? We should be united, yo. If we treat each other like dirt, the world's a jungle. But it's all we got. We should not make it feel like a world of hurt. What's with this fussing and cussing and fighting? We should be united. You'll hurt if we treat each other like dirt. The world's a jungle, but it's all we got. All we got. We should not make it feel like a world of hurt. Like a world of, like a world of. It's time for a change. Need to release all that hidden love and start spreading around. Cause the world depends on it. Feel the pain coming from it. It's not too late to give it a try. Just don't let too late be the last cry. You will end up trapped in the middle of it all. No answer to your call. Don't it make you wonder what's with this fussing and cussing and fighting. We should be united. If we treat each other like dirt, the world's a jungle. But it's all we got. We should not make it feel like a world of hurt. That what's with this fussing and cussing and fighting? We should be united. If we treat each other like dirt, the world's a jungle. But it's all we got. We should not make it feel like a world of hurt.
I'm me, killing space. Evening tango. Evening tango. Killing time. I'll be killing space. Qui m'était ami, ce monde qui m'était ami, ce monde s'éteint, ce monde s'éteint, ces éclairs m'effrayent, me paralysent, mes frères et m'égayent, ce monde qui m'était ami.
I did it again. I didn't think so. Get that out of here. All right. I feel that shit. I feel that shit, Ricky. Whoa. Shit. It looks so good. No. Oh, that's bullshit. You can't even hear my music. That's crazy. This whole time I thought you could hear my music. I thought you could hear my music this whole time. Oh, Riverside is so cool, but quality sucks. This thing about AI, sometimes it just sucks. Okay, cool. Let's get it working. Let's get it working. Actually, fuck that. Let's discover. Let's discover.
Is Kanye West crazy, or is he secretly a marketing genius? This is something which I have discussed with my friends over and over again because people just seem to think that he is just pure batshit crazy. But from what I've seen, he's used one simple marketing technique over and 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 over again. that convinces me that he's a genius. He uses this one method. It's simple. It's simple to do, but it's hard to do because it requires a lot of not caring. It requires a lot of the subtle art of not giving an F. In today's video, I am going to be opening up Kanye West's big brain to show y'all how you can process thoughts like Kanye West does, so you just don't care. Well, at least care less. That would be a start. So we're gonna opening up Kanye West of not giving an F. In today's video, I am going to be opening up Kanye West's big brain to show y'all how you can process thoughts like Kanye West does, so you just don't care. Well, at least care less. That would be a start. So we're going to go through a couple of things that Kanye West has done. Some of them are going to be obvious marketing schemes and campaigns, and other ones are going to be just subtle. But I'm going to explain to you later why everything that Kanye West does is purposeful. Yeah, everything he has is with the intention of grabbing more attention. So once I've listed out all of these different marketing tactics that Kanye West has used, I'm going to show you, well, draw out to you one commonality that he has with almost all of these methods. And I've named it. There's a title for it. Let's go to the Super Bowl ad. So when it comes to having your advertisement on the Super Bowl, how much does it cost? 7 million USD. Because it costs so much money to put your ad on Super Bowl, businesses that can afford $7 million US for a single advertisement will spend a lot of money on the production. So they have high production. They also have high investment of time and money. And overall, they just go all out with the ads. They might try and create a very emotionally captivating advertisement to grab the attention of the audience, right? However, what does Kanye West do? He says, F all that. What I'm going to do is just record a video of myself with my phone, not even lit up, and have that play on the Super Bowl. So it was iPhone, low quality, low budget, vertical video. He paid $7 million to have an ad that only took 20 seconds to make on his iPhone posted in front of everybody on the Super Bowl. Now let's go to his song In Paris. Just with the song title itself, nobody does this. The reason why it caught my attention is because I've never heard or seen this word being used in a title. So me growing up as a kid, I was maybe 13, 12 years old when I heard this song come out. I was very captivated by it. And I almost felt like, oh, I shouldn't be watching this because of this title here. Irrelevant, but basically, nobody used this word in the title of the song. Next, what I want you to do is search up Kanye West outfits, okay? So you might be wondering, how is this marketing? Your image is part of your marketing. If we search up Kanye West outfit on Google, you will see some outrageous outfits. You have this jacket that looks completely out of the ordinary. There's a picture here where Kanye West is wearing shoulder pads. Shoulder pads. We got another outfit here of Kanye West wearing all denim, but he's got on black boots, like rain boots over his shoes. And all of this is out of the ordinary, right? All of his outfits are completely out of the ordinary. And that's marketing in itself because people take pictures of this and it spreads across social media. That's a form of marketing. Next, we have his song, Lift Yourself. He had this amazing beat build-up. The song was only about 2 minutes long and his verse was only about 30 seconds long. Or was it only about 20 seconds long? And that came in the last 20 to 30 seconds of the song. Lift yourself up. This is where he was saying, scoop diddy whoop, whoopity scoop, youpity scoop. Yep. I don't want to reveal what the marketing strategy here is just yet. But in this, the album cover was just a screenshot of an MP3 file. What does everybody else do with album covers? They spend a lot of money on animations. They spend basically a shit ton of money on animations. They hire graphic designers, hire artists to create these amazing eye-catching album covers. And what does he do? He just posts a screenshot of an MP3 file. And the next thing he does is say completely out of the blue, out of the ordinary, unexpected things on camera.
I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, I am a god. Everybody says, who does he think he is? I just told you who I thought I was, a god. I know how to swim through backlash. You know, I know how to float. I could tread water through backlash. I don't care about backlash.
So these videos are helpful and all. However, if you need something that's more personalized, then my mentorship services might be something for you. If you're ready to take the next step, then apply down below. We've currently booked out full for February. However, if you want to apply early for March, you can do that down in the description below. And this is only for people who are genuinely serious because we can only take on 12 people for March. We had 15 people in February and we had to cut it short for March just because we are really focusing and picking carefully who we choose to have on board. So if you're keen, go ahead and apply down below. and I hope to see you there. So I've just listed out a handful of Kanye West's marketing strategies in different ways, in the music, in advertisements, you know, his music titles and his outfits, what he chooses to wear. And I've highlighted this as marketing. But I'm going to erase this because all of these follow one commonality. It's a method of marketing that you can apply for yourself. And Kanye West, I'm not sure if he does this actively, whether he's consciously following this, but he does this in all of his marketing strategies. It's called counter norm marketing. So pretty much think about this. Think of something that somebody or everybody does or is aware of or believes. Basically something that everybody does, is aware of, believes, and knows to be true, and he does the complete opposite. If nobody has their hands up, if a teacher asks a question to 30 kids and nobody has a hand up except one person, everybody would pay attention to that person, right? If everybody in the world was walking in one direction and one person walked the opposite direction, from a top angle view, between thousands of people, that one person will stand out. If you're in India and everybody around you has a darker skin tone and you have one white person with blonde hair standing in the middle, everybody would be paying attention to that person. Now, if all the ads on Super Bowl are high quality, high production, people are investing a lot of time into these perfectly scripted, amazing, emotionally enticing advertisements, then this will stand out because nobody has seen a vertical phone-filmed 20-second video just saying, buy my merch now, on a Super Bowl ad. He is a first, and because of that, anything that is a first will stand out. Now let's go here. Nobody uses this word in the title, and because he did, it stood out. Next, nobody wears rain boots over a denim jean outfit that goes up to your knees, and he did that, so it stands out. Nobody wears a lot of the outfits that Kanye West designed and wears, and therefore that stands out. Now when we go here with this song, Lift Yourself, nobody puts so much effort into an instrumental to make it sound amazing, absolutely ear-pleasing, and follows it up with scoop diddy whoop diddy whoop diddy scoop. And there is a story behind it. It was a FU to that artist that wanted to buy his beat. But once again, nobody puts a screenshot of an MP3 file as an album cover because people want to put effort into their music. And he does the complete opposite. He's done this over and over and over again with his song with Lil Pump. You're such a, oh, I love it. The costumes that they were wearing with the widened Roblox outfit, nobody has done before. And that's why it stood out. Nobody made a song called You're Such a Effing Ho, I Love It. Most people try to put a lot of meaning in their lyrics, and they were just chatting shit. And that video did amazing. Almost everything that Kanye does uses counter-norm marketing. Following up with this Super Bowl ad, he said, buy my merch in the bio. What was he selling? Clothes with the logo on it. And there is a formula here. When it comes to counter-norm marketing, different variables or components of this that makes it more effective. So let's ask ourselves, how can we make counter-norm marketing as effective as possible? The first one is that the more people that believe / aware / follow a narrative, this equals greater chance for counter-norm marketing. So actually that's the only thing that increases the chance of the effect or heightens the effect of counter-norm marketing is the more things that people believe or are aware of or follow when it comes to a certain narrative, the greater the chance for counter-norm marketing. For example, if you are making a music video, right? And let's just say a reel, there are videos of people eating while they're rapping, right? It's a pretty casual way to show that this rap shit for you is easy. It's a cool reel style. But however, if you were eating pizza with chopsticks, that would stand out, especially if you're an Asian artist, that will also add a little bit of humor to it. Additionally, if you were rapping on camera and you were cutting up and eating fries or a pizza, or you're using fork and knife while eating a bowl of noodles, that will stand out. And this is just the idea that the more beliefs that people have in something, or the more people that follow something, or follow something to be true, the greater your chances for counter-norm marketing. An example would be because most guys believe that the color pink is a little bit, if you just made all of your outfits pink, that's going to grab a lot of attention. Yep, and that's what 6ix9ine did with Rainbow, because Rainbow is a fruity color, and because he put it on and rapped in it, with a bunch of bloods in the background in his music video Gummo, that is counter-norm marketing. If you look at Kanye West's marketing strategies, you will realize that he's just pulling on your emotional strings. And you're falling for it. You may get upset. If you're like me, who is analytical and doesn't really get upset by these things, you might find this quite admirable. How does he actually manage to do counter-norm marketing? Because it's very polarizing. The more people that believe a certain thing to be true or do a certain thing, to do the complete opposite is very nerve-wracking. And it is not easy to do because it requires a lot of mental strength, the ability to not care. So the question now is, How do you not give a shit? I'm going to try and explain this to you. You hear people saying all the time, right? So the question is, how do you not give a flip? I'm sure you've watched videos, motivational videos about people talking about why you should not give a shit. And the answer is very obvious, is because that's what holds you back from doing things that actually help you, right? In order to blow up using counter norm marketing, you need to detach yourself from the care of other people's opinions. It's so hard to not give a F though. Whenever I try to watch a video that teaches me how not to give a F, not to give a care in the world, the advice is always, oh yeah, that person actually doesn't care that much, so you shouldn't either. That doesn't help at all. With anything, conventional advice is stupid. But I'm going to give you a single way that you can start thinking, which is true. I am not manipulating the way you think, to stop caring about what people think. Yeah, to detach yourself from care, because you will realize how little opinions of other people's matters for a very specific reason. You're going to enjoy this one. Humans are inevitably selfish. You can never find a human that consciously makes decisions with good intention, with selfless intention. The only reason why we do good things is so that we can gain something out of it. So if you're in a relationship with a girl, right? The only reason why you treat her well is because she'll treat you well back. You wouldn't want to treat a girl poorly because that means that she'll treat you poorly. She wouldn't be happy, and therefore you wouldn't be in a good state of mind. Same with relationships with friends. Even more so, if you ever find yourself detaching from a friendship and feel like you're falling off when it comes to your friendship and relationship with somebody, it's because that person is less relevant to you. And when somebody is less relevant to you, they are less relatable to you. You guys can't conversate about the same things, and therefore you can't benefit from them, right? If you have a friend that just likes to talk about Pokemon and you have no interest in Pokemon, that friend serves you no purpose. You can't say, oh yeah, I just enjoy sitting down and talking and listening to this guy talk about Pokemon. And if that's the case, that is also selfish, because you are sitting there listening to him just because you care, because you enjoy it. Additionally, if you listen to someone, regardless if you care or not, the only reason why you listen to somebody speak is because you want to please them so that they can please you. Everything in this world is selfish. There's not a single scenario you can explain to me where selfishness does not exist. Try. Challenge me in the comments. Think of a single scenario where it is not selfish. Giving money to the homeless makes you feel better. Everything is selfish. Me helping you, what does that do? Builds a good relationship between you and I, and therefore you support me. I'm helping you, yeah? Everything is mutualistic. The best relationships in this world is all mutualistic. If there even is an ounce of one person benefiting less than the other, that relationship will crumble. Mutualistic relationships are so important. We need to get this out of our head. And the reason why I say this is because you can understand this and believe this now, but it doesn't really matter too much because everybody lives normal lives. However, once you develop a certain level of wealth, once you start to earn more and more and more money and become more famous, you will really start to see the selfishness in action. You will really see people coming to you asking for help. You will really see that actually this world is dark. It's only dark because we are told the complete opposite, that we're supposed to be selfless, though that is something that's humanly impossible. That's prison, that's suicide, to try and do things that is completely selfless. And therefore, once you reach a certain state of income and you realize that, hold on, wait, nobody actually messes with me deeply, just out of the care of their heart. Nobody's trying to do things for me selflessly. There's always a selfish reason out of it. Once you start to understand that, especially when you see that as more money comes in, you just don't give a fuck anymore. Why should I give a fuck? You don't truly care about me, so why should I? Not a single person on this world truly cares about you. Selflessly. Selfishly, yes, because they benefit from you if you are pleased by their actions. Does that make sense? So once you get into this cyclical mindset, it's actually a little bit scary and daunting, but it is important because you'll come to that realization eventually. And I want you to come to that realization now. I'm not convincing you to not give a fuck and therefore harm people. That's the last thing I'd want you to do. But realize that nobody actually cares about you. They care about what they can get out of you in any scenario. And therefore, there is no reason to give a flip. The only reason why I don't want to curse on camera is not because I don't want to hurt your feelings. It's because I don't want to get demonetized. It's a selfish reason. So that is how you can develop a mindset like Kanye West. He's gone through life, famous and unfamous. And the more famous he's become, the more crazy he's become. Because the more crazy he's become. Because the more crazy he's become is due to him realizing that people actually don't give a fuck, and it's a dark world out there. Life can sometimes feel meaningless when for your whole life you thought that people would do things selflessly. And then you realize your intentions yourself is all selfish. How weird is that? Realizing this sooner is way better than realizing it later. Utilize it. Thank you guys. I hope this video helped. Genuinely, this was a big mindset shift for me and it changed my life personally. So I hope you can benefit from this and I'll see you in the next video.
Hundreds of inbound leads, thousands of dollars made in passive income, multi-million impressions. This is what the untapped potential of LinkedIn looks like. Last year, my content generated over 13 million impressions on LinkedIn, and I built a fully inbound business on the back of it. So in this video, I'm going to show you the exact step-by-step process that I use to get more clients on LinkedIn using content. But listen, just posting content on LinkedIn isn't good enough anymore. 2 years ago, you could post a poll asking people if they needed help and it would go viral. But that's no longer the case. LinkedIn has over 1 billion users right now, and the competition is getting tougher, so you need to stand out. And if you stick till the end of this video, I'm going to share with you the best writing framework to use that everybody on LinkedIn is loving right now. Okay, so step number 1, finding a topic. Now, starting a post from scratch is the hardest thing ever. Here's how to simplify it. Start by writing down a simple topic that you want to use in your content. Could be success, remote work, lead generation, entrepreneurship, deep work, anything you like. Then pick one of those and list 3 things that you want to talk about within that topic. Use your selected topic and one of these tools to search for proven content that's already been posted by someone else. This has been a massive hack for me in how I didn't die writing hundreds of pieces of content a month for myself and my clients. The tools are Taplio and Tweet Hunter. With Tweet Hunter, even though it's specifically for Twitter, I use it a lot for LinkedIn content because there's more content on Twitter than there is on LinkedIn. So you can download the free Chrome extension and look for the best performing post on the one keyword. And you can even go as far and going into your favorite creators' accounts and scanning their content looking for one specific keyword. Taplio is exactly the same, but for LinkedIn. You can log onto the platform and go into search mode, and then type in your topic or keyword and get hundreds of proven ideas instantly. And now you can find posts that resonate with you, take inspiration from them, and start writing. If you want to go even further with Taplio, you can refine the content that you're looking at by the goal of the post that you're writing. When creating content, there's 3 things you should be doing: educating, inspiring, or entertaining. By having a clear idea of what your post is meant to be doing, you can be more selective of the post that you're screenshotting, putting into a swipe file, or copy pasting for later use. So let's say I was looking for deep work related topics and I wanted to do an educational post. Now that I have hundreds of ideas, I'd start selecting the ones that start with how to, here's how, X steps, etc. Things that are educational and can give me some sort of value. So instead of me falling into a never-ending Twitter and LinkedIn research rabbit hole, I have a clear objective. Now this is done, we're ready to write LinkedIn magic. Using the posts and frameworks from the posts that you've studied, write a similar post that has a similar cadence. If the post that you're looking at starts with how to and then has 5 lines, has bullet points, and a short call to action at the end, the idea is that you replicate that for your exact same post, but using your own original ideas. You are emulating, not copying. This is the fastest way I can teach you how to write good LinkedIn content without spending thousands of hours learning copywriting basics. And again, the key is to emulate, not copy. Like Tony Bennett would say, if you steal from one person, you're just a thief. But if you steal from everyone, that's research. Now, before I tell you my secret writing framework, I'm going to teach you how this is going to actually get you leads. And all of this comes down to finding your one true fan. Look, by doing all of the above, you're preparing yourself for writing an outstanding post. You've got your hooks nailed, you've got your framework sorted out, and your content ideation is on point. All you need now is to look at who's engaging with your content. Quite often, people just post and ghost and expect leads, but that's so wrong. The leads are there, but you need to warm them up first. Every time you post, you need to crawl your comment section for your ICP. Ideal client persona. And if your ICP is commenting in your content, they're interested. You just need to convert them. People usually have a very clear explanation of who they are and what they do in their headline. Now, once you find that clear ICP, start a conversation with them. Send them a personalized connection request if you're not connected. Key here is personalization. Amongst all automated tools, ChatGPT and AI, just be human. If they commented on a post of yours, reach back out. Here's a quick script for you. Hey, name. Thank you for commenting. That was very kind. Are you into topic of post too? If it was me, I'd say something like, hey, Sarah, thank you so much for commenting on my post. That was very kind. How's LinkedIn going for you this 2024? Simple, soft, and easy to build a conversation from. And look, if they reply, they're clearly interested in something that you have. It's either what you have to sell, your offer, or maybe they're just curious to know more about you. But most oftentimes, it's something that you have to offer. It's LinkedIn, after all, a B2B platform where people are there mostly to make sales. Lastly, I'm going to share my special content framework I use to write most of my content, the SLAY framework. Your copy should be divided into 4 segments: story, lesson, actionable advice, and you, or APS. The first 3 lines should start with the story. Then you move on to explaining quickly the background of why it is relevant to people. Then you provide a lesson so the reader gets value from you and not just fluff. And then to finish, you add a you element at the end or a PS. Ask a question, finish with a platitude, or make them feel good, heard, and seen. And there's your magic post. That's literally it. The post framework that has generated me millions of views and hundreds of leads, and has helped many others do the same. The reason it works is because you're providing the 3 elements of content in one: inspiration at the start, education in the middle, and entertainment all throughout. So go try it. The worst thing that could happen is you get a couple likes and maybe make some friends, but if all of this goes well, the opportunity is insane. If I was starting from zero again, that's the exact process I would use. So kings and queens, I hope this was useful to you, and I can't wait to see you slaying on LinkedIn. Bye.
Documenting my life has been the most valuable thing for my content creation journey. Last year, it allowed me to travel to over 8 countries. It allowed me to make more money than I have ever made at $170,000. I was able to meet people, make connections, but it all started because I wanted to document a cinematic trip that I took into the woods, which legitimately sparked all of the rest of my creative success. I think people get the idea that their life is too boring to document and that it's not worth the time and effort to try because other people won't find it interesting. I think that this ideology specifically is preventing people from becoming the creators that they could. I think that right now is one of the best times in human history to document your life. And I want to share with you guys how to tell better stories in your videos, how to film better, and how to edit better to show your story online as best as you can, so you have the highest chance of changing your life as much as I changed mine. Why should you document your life in the first place? Like I said, I think right now is one of the best times in human history. Not that we had like iPhones back in, I don't even know, 1950s, but right now is the best time in human history to make money off of your own story and off of your own personal likeness and image. If you think about a lot of the content creators we see on YouTube specifically who have had success over an extended period of time, a lot of them are documenting the things that they're doing in their life in an interesting way. And whether or not they use FX3 cameras or they use their iPhones, the story keeps people compelled enough to want to follow their journey and for them to gain subscribers. Like legitimately, we live in a time where you can take your iPhone and put it on a tripod and edit a video in CapCut and legitimately make a living off of the videos that you post online, which I think is so cool. The market cap for creators is also significant. Back in the day when we were looking at ads on YouTube, it was like the same 4 or 5 ads. And now we have all these insane advertisements that are being pushed onto the accounts of creatives because they know that these creatives have the audience and it's actually worth it for advertisers to divert their income from these commercial level productions to someone on YouTube or someone on Instagram. It's pretty crazy. I've reached a point where I've been able to see with my own eyes people who do this for a living, people who actually put the cameras down, record themselves doing something, and then are able to make a living and go to cool places and travel because they document their lives online. You can use your personal story to make money online. That's crazy. Now, here's the thing. I want to make this very clear. This absolutely does not mean that you should document your life, because some people are going through things that you should keep private. But it is really cool to know that if you would like to, there is a realistic avenue that you can take to do this. You might be thinking the people that I just mentioned or showed have these very interesting lives that are not the same as yours. Remember, the title of this video is how to film your boring life. You have something that isn't the same. But I think it's very important to know this. If you are looking for quick success, if you're looking to make money off of YouTube and Instagram through AdSense or whatever quickly, I promise you, this is not the video for you. You should actually leave right now. You know what I'm saying? You should leave right now. This isn't a fast process. Look at the accounts of the people who've actually succeeded. The amount of videos that they've created, the progress that they've made from their first video to the videos that they make now is insane. And I would bet, I mean, betting isn't good, and I would believe that they probably didn't start out too far from where you are currently, at least in terms of mindset and in terms of potential. Some people definitely have some more interesting situations that they're going through in life than others, but it would be ridiculous to say that it's not possible for you if you aren't as intentionally consistent as they were before. People who have made success are very good at crafting these stories. They're very good at making something that might not even be very interesting into something that is, because they bring you through a story. So your life might not really be as boring as you think it is. You just don't know your story. You just don't know how to tell it correctly. So let's get into what to say. I think when you first start with content, it can be narcissistic to put a camera in front of your face and yap to an invisible audience. But I do think that there's a good reason to document your life that we don't really think about as much. Most of this audience who's watching this video is probably younger people. Younger for sure. Like me, I'm 24. And because we are young people, we don't have life figured out, not in by a long shot. We don't know exactly what we want to do with our lives, but we do know that we want to do something with it eventually. Problem is, many of us see this uncertainty as a reason to not start when it should be a reason to start. We think that we need to have stability when it comes to our lives or our relationships, when that's absolutely not true. It is in our struggles that we find connection. Your audience is going to care a lot more about you if they're having the same struggle that you are. And if you're expressing how you're working your way out of it, they're going to care a lot more about you than if you already figured it out and you're just telling them what happened in the past. And instead of even thinking about an audience, we should think about it more like documenting a story for our future selves. A version of us that hopefully has figured this all out, and we're just kind of telling them what happened when we were in the past, going through the struggle. This means that we can just say whatever. We can talk about the things that we think that we would want to know in the future. Do I have a girlfriend now? Nah. Am I rich yet? Maybe. I don't know. When speaking to the camera during our vlog, we can inform the future us of what exactly is happening at this exact moment in time. It's nice because when you look forward in the future, you're going to look back at this moment and say, I'm so happy I retold everything in such detail, so I knew exactly what I was going through in the past. This makes it feel a lot easier to talk to the camera because we're just talking to ourselves. And more importantly, it can justify why we're yapping about some random thing that maybe we think our audience isn't interested in. The audience doesn't matter. You matter. And the story that you tell is about you and for you. If you position it this way, then everyone who comes in to watch your content is really just eavesdropping on a conversation you're having with yourself. And if they want to stick around, that's on them. It's not on you. And the reason this mindset shift is so important is because it's going to help with the consistency aspect of filming. If you're always thinking about what the audience wants, you can burn yourself out. If you treat it as a visual diary where you're creating it for yourself, it's going to give you the motivation to continue, even though a huge audience might not see, because you're making this for yourself. And as long as you're alive, hopefully, you'll be able to see the content that you created. Now, with all this being said, though, your future you might not even want to watch the video that you're watching because your life is boring. And for that, I'm going to say two things. Firstly, your life is unique. And you can't understand that because you are you. You live the same thing every single day. You've gotten accustomed to the way that you live, the way that you eat, the things you do, the places you go, the people you see. And because of that, you can't see outside of this little bubble that you've created for your life. Me, for example, I decided to move to Charlotte, North Carolina last year. And I created a video where I moved from Rhode Island to Charlotte. Moving isn't a new thing. It's not very interesting. And I could have definitely said, this is not something that I want to record. But when I post that video, I realized there's a lot of things that people connect with that I can't even predict. For example, I'm Black. Some people watch me because I'm Black. I'm Jamaican. They'll watch me because I moved from Rhode Island to Charlotte and they want to make the same move. They'll watch me because I'm from Rhode Island and who wants to live in Rhode Island? They'll watch me because I drive the same car, because I am Christian, because the place that I might have moved in for my Airbnb is really close to the place that they are. That's crazy though. They'll watch me because I decided to stop at a Chipotle and that happens to be their favorite place. There are so many different things in our lives that we cannot think of that make people want to connect with us. It's just important for us to understand that even though we might not be able to see why people will connect, they will because we are unique and because other people will gravitate to the parts that they connect with. The people who inevitably become subscribers are going to be very strong because they follow you because of something that you can't even control yourself. You are just this person and they love that so much that they're willing willing to connect. But this next concept actually might hit home for you because maybe you should do something with your life. If you think that your life is genuinely boring, then why would you keep it boring? You have to be real with yourself. Are you okay with living a mediocre life? And if that's the case, then maybe you shouldn't consider doing YouTube because this is not a profession for the mediocre. If you're not challenging yourself in some aspect of your life, then maybe you should start to do that and forget about the YouTube thing, at least for now. Challenging yourself can be a physical challenge. I am trying to run a half Ironman, and because of it, I'm focusing my vlogs on the training series that I'm doing. I'm also trying to create content online, and that's a very unique industry. So I'm trying to show people how I'm doing that and how you can do it yourself. That's what this is for. People will gravitate towards other people who are sacrificing pieces of themselves for a greater mission. And if you're not making any sacrifices in your own life, then why would people want to gravitate towards you? Again, this is not supposed to be for other people necessarily, but if you're looking back at this in the future and you see yourself doing absolutely nothing, I'd be pretty disappointed to know that I'm watching a show where the end result will always end in my demise. Do yourself a favor and try to challenge yourself with something that is difficult, a challenge. People love challenges. People fiend for challenges. Ryan Trahan did a 1 penny challenge, did fantastic. Mr. Beast counted for like 1,000,000 years, crazy challenge. Trying to visit a bunch of states, people do that, crazy challenge. Training for competitions, crazy challenge. Building a company, crazy challenge. There are so many things that you can do to challenge yourselves. Maybe you should start to do one. I'm letting you know how it has to be. I'm sorry. Okay. Now you know what you want to do. How do you film? This section, I think, has the most destructive mentality because people think that they need to have camera gear like the one that I'm shooting with right now. Absolutely not true. Graham Stephan is one of my favorite YouTubers, and his first video was an iPhone video of him in a listing that he shot really quickly and then edited and put it out, and it did fantastic. People don't care about quality as much as they care about storytelling. Storytelling is the #1 thing that matters. You can see a bunch of pretty pictures, but if there's nothing to combine them or connect them, who cares? That's why at the current moment in time, AI is just whatever it is. Yeah, you can create some cool stuff, but you can't link it together in a story that makes cohesive sense. And because of that, no one is going to be invested. Storytelling overpowers visuals by far. If you can tell a good story, your visuals do not matter. Right now, we're currently equipped with iPhone 15 Pro Max 1 terabyte, iPhone 16 Pro Max 2 terabyte, maybe even, I don't even know. You are equipped with devices that are more than powerful enough to create the content that you want to create. CapCut on your phone, free. DaVinci Resolve, what I edit with, free. There's so many resources at your disposal. If you're saying that you can't create content because of the camera gear that you have, you are telling yourself a lie and you will not succeed. That being said, if you do want to invest in camera gear, I have a camera buying guide that I give out for free in the description that has bundles of different camera gear, has tripods, lenses, the camera itself, all the accessories and whatever, starting with $1,000 bundle if you're on the cheaper side, and then going up to the camera gear that I currently use to film all of my videos. Like I said though, it's not necessary. An iPhone, a tripod, a microphone maybe is good enough to get started when it comes to documenting your life. Storytelling is more important than every other part of your video by far. When you are filming, here are some tips to make sure that you keep the audience engaged, because even though filming isn't important, it is important to film the correct things. Firstly, your introduction is going to be the most important part of your video. So focus on creating a compelling hook with something like B-roll. B-roll is the easiest way to keep your viewer engaged by recording the other aspects of your life that aren't you directly speaking to camera. I try to record at least 3 different shots of anything that I'm doing. When you're going to a new scene, you need to make sure that you record the area around you so that you can take your audience with you and so they understand what you're doing and where you're going. This is very simple. If you wake up in the morning, instead of just recording yourself talking, record yourself waking up. I know it sounds kind of corny, but record yourself waking up, then record the alarm clock, and then record the sun rising, maybe. All that will kind of give your viewer enough information to form a picture of the story that you're actually going to tell. That being said, you also want to film yourself yapping. Talk to cameras if you're talking to your best friend or if you're talking to your future self. But since you don't know your future self, just talk to your best friend. Literally just talk about the things that you're doing in that day and what you have planned. But remember, it's better to show people what's going on than to tell people what's going on. If you're spreading your bed and you're talking about making breakfast, just make breakfast and show that part of the clip. It's so much easier to show than tell. People want to see what's going on. They don't necessarily want to hear about what's going on. Otherwise, I'd listen to a podcast, not a video. You should also try to film conversations with other people. I know this is a lot harder to do, especially when you're starting out, because putting a camera up to your friend to record a conversation is very weird if they're not used to it. But if you can get glimpses of different conversations, it helps bring people into your world. Now they're hearing things that you're hearing as well. It allows them to relate a little bit better to what's going on in your life. Know that you do not have to film every single day, but you can film a part of your day. Recently in my vlogs, I've been filming sporadic parts of my week that I think will be interesting for a vlog, and then I combine those interesting parts into the vlog. So if you really do think that making eggs every morning is boring, just film it for one day. And if you're going to a grocery store, just film that grocery store trip the next day. But then if you don't want to film yourself or your nightly routine, don't stress about it too much. Just make sure that it's not laziness that's causing you not to film. If it's not progressing the story, it doesn't need to be in the video. And lastly, for telling your story, be very vulnerable to the camera. Everything should not be told on camera, bro. Don't be one of those people. But if you're feeling sad one day, tell the camera why you're feeling sad. If something that isn't too crazy is happening in your life that might be a little personal, then share it, because the more you share with your audience, the more your audience can open up to you. You're pretty much allowing them to now connect with you on a deeper level because you're willing to tell them something that they wouldn't normally hear from someone online. I was talking to this girl and it didn't end up working out, and I made a video about it, and it was just cool to see the reception from some of my close friends, which is kind of weird, honestly, but just from the audience in general, they've also gone through the same thing. That makes you connect. When the person that you watch online has gone through the same things that you have, connections are formed. Okay, now how do we edit the videos now that we have it filmed? I edit on a software called DaVinci Resolve. You don't have to edit with this specific software, but it is free. But if you're someone on your phone, you can use CapCut. Otherwise, I definitely recommend using DaVinci Resolve. In general, though, these editing tips should be able to be applied regardless of what you do. So it doesn't really matter as long as you're doing them. Firstly, you want to keep the flow of the video by removing gaps. If you're talking on camera, I don't want to hear.
Yeah, I think today we went to the store, but I'm not really sure.
That's the most boring. People will lose interest so quickly. Just remove the gap. Remove the gaps completely. And make sure you're only including dialogue that actually matters to the story. So if you repeat yourself 7 times, condense it down to 1. There was actually an editing video on YouTube that I watched that said that if you can cut out a piece of the segment and the story still makes sense, that segment did not belong there in the first place. People don't want to keep hearing the same thing over and over again. We want to get to the next thing. Speaking of the next thing, one of the best ways you can edit your videos is to use music to enhance certain parts of your videos. Recently, I've been doing a thing where I add in different cut scenes into my videos with some type of nice audio and sound effects. And I feel like this literally enhances the video because it sounds so good. And that's actually where the sponsor of today, Epidemic Sounds, comes in. Sound is literally just as important as video when it comes to engagement. Audio is actually so important that people would rather watch a video with poor visuals than they would with something like bad audio. Like, see, that didn't sound good. You wouldn't watch this for long. Epidemic Sound is personally a platform I've been using since I started content creation. So I'm actually very happy to work with a brand that I consistently use in all of my videos. Not joking. It is the best platform for restriction-free music and sound effects. And with it, you do not have to worry about copyright claims, which is so nice for getting your bag. They recently upgraded to this program called Soundly, which I use in I'm telling you, every single time I use this thing. It offers over 250,000 Hollywood grade sound effects, vocals, and instrumental tracks that are produced from some of the world's best sound designers. They've also incorporated a way for you to copy sound that you like on Spotify right into their system, and it will match the vibe of the song that you're looking for, which is insane. The future is here. Epidemic Sound is now available online and on your phone, and it now has a feature that allows you to connect it directly to your editing software like DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro, and even After Effects and Audition. If you guys are looking to level up your sound with your videos, you don't want to be hit with a copyright strike, a link will be in the description for you to sign up for Epidemic Sound today. The next thing with editing is keep it simple. Look at some of the content creators who are blowing up at the current moment in time. There isn't very much effects needed. There was a video of this guy who literally went and talked on camera for like 50 minutes in the mountain because he quit his job. The reason that people like that so much is because storytelling is more important than all the fanciness that you usually get from videos. Keep it simple. Stupid. That's not nice though, to call you stupid. You guys aren't stupid. Keep it simple, silly. Just because you see Mr. Beast making a video with 100 million cuts does not mean that's what's going to work for you. It also doesn't mean it's going to work for your audience, because bro, that's pretty sure it's got to be all children. Just remember, storyline is what's most important. And I think one of the most important things when it comes to editing is making sure the storyline is cohesive to someone who has never watched your content before. If you're starting out a video, mention who you are in the beginning, mention what you do. I sometimes do a bad job of this too. I'm just saying, I'm not perfect by any means. There shouldn't be any inside jokes or any confusion on where you are or what you're doing at any moment in the video. And if you need to clarify that using subtitles or another voiceover, then that's what needs to be done to keep your viewer as engaged as possible. Because the second that they don't know what's going on, they're not going to want to tune in for very much longer. And you can show somebody who's completely separate, who actually will give you real feedback and not just tell you that everything you do is correct, which is kind of hard to find. And ask this person if they can actually understand the storyline that you're trying to convey in your video. When you're actually filming, again, all you have to do is talk to camera, tell them what you're doing, and this should be a very easy thing to make sure you don't mess up. And lastly, honestly and legitimately the most important thing that you can do is to stay consistent. Consistency is the key to succeeding on social media. Consistency is more important than making your visuals look crazy. It's even more important than your storyline being the most interesting thing ever, even though that is pretty important. I don't know. We build relationships through time and through constant exposure to seeing something repeatedly. If you're not producing content consistently, your audience will guaranteed forget about you and move on to the next person who is more consistent. You want to keep your future self engaged as much as possible, so make it a habit to be as consistent as possible. And if that means that you can't carry your FX3 around, if that means you have to film with your iPhone, so be it. To be consistent is to win, and we are all winners on this page. And with that being said, that is all the information that I have. I really appreciate you subscribing. If you guys want to see the breakdown of how I do some of my other videos, I do have a Patreon where I put a whole bunch of behind the scenes stuff and resources that have allowed me to become a content creator full time. And if you're interested in using Epidemic Sound, I'll be leaving a link in the description for you to sign up with them. Really hope this helped you guys. I will go and make some more content now. I'll see you.
All right, guys, welcome to another episode of Close and Conquer. I might have the best closer we've ever had in Close and Conquer. If you don't know my man, Kenny Brooks, you should know him. You've probably seen him on a video somewhere since he's viral, and the stuff he does is crazy, insanely legit. And I want to welcome you to the show, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
They can see what he's wearing, right? Dude, can you stand up and show him the pants?
Oh, yeah.
Look at, I mean, look at that. Dude, that's the belt, the shirt, even a tie. You got a tie under there?
Yeah.
You got like a salesman tie with a jacket?
Yeah.
Well, Kenny, if you don't mind, I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm 51 years of age.
Right.
And I've been listening to people talk about sales for a long time. I got into sales when I was 18.
Right.
And most of the people that talk about it, I've not learned a lot from them because I don't think their training was any good, to be honest. I started watching your videos and then I kept watching them.
Right.
Yes, because they're funny. Yes, because they're entertaining to me. But also I was like, damn, he gets people and he understands why they do what they do. And he understands how to get them to do what they should do for themselves and that he wants them to do for himself. So for those of you who haven't seen any of your stuff, can you walk me, can you bring, like, who is Kenny? You didn't wake up one day becoming the comedian, the sales guy, the businessman, the entrepreneur. Who's Kenny Brooks?
So Kenny Brooks is basically I'm a kid that came from Detroit, Michigan. You know, come from broken promises. I came from a big family. My grandmother, she had like 18 siblings, and then
18.
like her, it was 18 of
There
them.
were 18 people.
Yeah, and then my mother had 14. You know
Your
what I'm
mom
saying?
gave birth to 14 kids.
Yeah, and then I got 10 kids. You know what I'm saying?
You have
And then my
10?
sister got yeah. So we come from like a big family. I heard stories when I was little. Like my grandma used to tell me they used to sleep in dresser drawers. You know what I'm saying? Like it was crazy. So no, I just come from like like I'm a product of my environment. But what's crazy is I tell people all the time is that when you come from like the inner city, like Detroit, people, especially African American and Black people, we feel like the only how we can make it from the hood, quote unquote, or make it successful, either playing sports or doing music, or if you ain't doing that, you're doing something negative. You know what I mean?
Got it.
So I got into sales at an early age, like 12 years old. I started doing door to door, and I got 10 kids, and they like eating. I love feeding them, and most thing that I teach them is that, you know, like I taught them responsibility at an early age. Like I got a 13-year-old daughter right now.
How old are you?
I just turned 40, December
Damn,
26th.
you age good, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you smile a lot. You make people laugh. You know, laughter is the best medicine for the heart.
Well,
So I've been smiling a long time and
you ain't
laughing. And
aging.
yeah, so that's the key, you know. But yeah, I got into sales at early age, basically just because my mom, she couldn't afford me no basketball shoes. But that's when I found out at an early age that besides actors and entertainers, the highest paid people in the world was salespeople. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I remember my grandmother telling me, and my mentor on her deathbed, she basically told me that it ain't your fault if you was born poor, but if you over the age 18 and you die poor, that's your fault because you had something to do with that.
Wow.
So she was like my big inspiration coming
Who
up.
was she?
My grandmother.
Your grandma was your mentor.
Yeah, she was like, yeah, she basically like, while everybody was telling me negative stuff, because I'm gonna be honest, I came up a little kid, I ain't really had no guidance, I ain't had no father. I watched like I told you, my family was a super big family, but I had different role models. I had uncles and, you know, aunts and stuff, but they wasn't really that leader. I had an uncle that made it to the NBA and he went overseas. You know what I mean?
Got it.
So I'm 6'4", like I was tall, so I got into sports early, but my gift was just, I had to gift for gab. You know, I was a people person. And that's why I tell people all the time when I do podcasts, when I do a lot of sales training to companies, I say that I feel like door to door should be taught in like school. Because I learned so much stuff knocking on people's doors that I never learned in school. You know what I'm saying? They say some people die at the age of 18, they don't get buried till they 70 because they passed away a long time ago mentally. You know what I mean? And one thing I learned in sales at 12 years old, that it was 90% mental, 10% physical. And as a little kid, one thing about being a kid when you in sales is you develop confidence quick because we got that imagination. It's easy for us to become negative, you know what I'm saying? Just period. You know what I mean? But it's kind of hard when you a little kid to be negative. You know what I'm saying? Because we so happy go lucky, jolly. You know what I mean?
Mess with us that early.
Yeah, exactly. That early. So we still developing that brain, but at the same time, we still got that imagination. When we get older, like I got a son right now, he's 17 going on 18. And I remember when he was like 7, 8, 9, he loved knocking on doors. Now he getting older, he listening to his friends. Because I remember when I was going door to door and I told people I was going door to door, they used to laugh at me.
Yeah, me too.
Now these people work for me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? And like, if me and you had this conversation with like a 9 to 5 or a person, it'd go over their head,
100%.
you know, like a fitted cap.
100%.
Because I told myself a long time ago that I never punch a clock unless I swung on Flavor Flav, because I developed a gift at an early age. And that's why I love teaching, love training. I'm starting a nonprofit for my kids called School of Hard Knock University, where I'm gonna have my kids training kids how to be entrepreneurs at an early age. Cause I feel like that's the secret to success. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be just mentoring them. You know what I'm saying? Because it's crazy. Like some of the greatest people in the world came from door to door or came from sales. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's basically just to sum it all up. That's who I am. I'm a father now. I'm a businessman. I'm a social media influencer. You know, I'm a salesman, you know, by heart, you know what I mean? Because that's what I love to do. And one thing I learned from Zig Ziglar, he said, if you found something that you really love, you will never have to work a day in your life. And that's the whole thing. Like sales not only just took me far in life, but it helped me develop as a man, you know what I mean, in this big bad world, because at the end of the day, it's the art of persuasion is priceless, you know what I mean? Just if you a people person, you can win regardless. You know what I mean? One thing as a salespeople, we 2 steps ahead of everything. So we supposed to automatically see everything. And like you said, the closing and conquer, this the best way to do it, because if you can't close, you can't sell. You know what I mean? I tell my kids all the time, you know your ABCs, right? Well, you're gonna learn some new ones, always be closing. You know what I mean? So yeah, but
so first of all, you said a lot there. And I like, dude, he's really funny. It's hard. Some people think they're funny. They say something they think is funny, then they laugh at their own joke, and then you're like, shit, I gotta laugh because they laughed, but it wasn't funny. Like you say shit, it's funny, you keep going.
right.
It's impressive.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I was one of the things, I was saying this to my son this morning. He's 20. I said, one of the things that I feel like you're obligated to do when you get really good at something is to reach back and help other people out, which is part of what you're doing. Like you don't get there and go like, oh man, this is unbelievable. I ain't gonna go. So, and I agree with you. Like if you and I go down the street, and even if we brought him here, like I ain't broke. If we brought him here and we're like, yo, because I started door-to-door life insurance sales.
Oh wow.
Door to door.
That's crazy.
And I had a card, and people were like, how do you book so many appointments? I would take the lead, I'd write a time and day on it, and I would say I'm here for our appointment. And I didn't have an appointment.
Right.
But I was like, I'm here for our appointment. They'd be like, your appointment? I'm like, yes, it's Saturday at 9. It's Saturday at 9. I'm here. And they'd be like, who? I'm like, I don't know. My dispatcher got me here at 9 o'clock Saturday. Like they filled it out. They did want the coverage. They asked for the coverage, and I'm here. Right. And then I'd say, as soon as they got done, I'd be like, you want me to take my shoes off? And they're like, shit, like what? And I'm like, yeah, because my mom would always tell me, ask for, and before you know it, I'm in a dining room and I don't even know what the hell happened, but I have this lead, right? And the stuff you do is unbelievable. When you see people, because if they knew what you knew, and they knew the result it would get,
facts,
then they would put up with what they perceive to be failure. Facts. Like out of all the doors you've knocked on, however many of them have been in your life, what percentage of those people did you sell something to? If you had to guess, you're totally guessing. What percent? And by the way, he's crazy good.
Yeah, like probably like 80%.
By 80%. What does the average person do? Average. You hire 100 people.
Yeah.
On average, how many are they going to close?
Probably like 20.
20. So what's the difference between Kenny, 80, average, because they're human beings like you. You don't have to be tall.
Yeah.
You don't need to jump high. You know, give them a few things, because this whole thing's close and conquer.
Yeah.
I used to have a podcast, the name was Punch Me in the Face.
That's hard.
And it's fun, except it's hard to talk about Punch Me in the Face every time. From a closing standpoint, talk to them.
It was the mindset. I tell people all the time, like, we put our pants on the same way. You know what I mean? The only difference is our thinking. See, why people, and that's funny you said that, because I train a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? And one of my favorite sayings was that, and you probably heard this too, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because, like, when I used to train and mentor my salespeople, I would never tell them nothing that I wouldn't do. You know what I mean? It ain't like I'm be like, hey, go knock on these doors. Correct. And I didn't do it. You know what I mean? But I seen people, you know, the eyes is a window to the soul. I can tell by their body language before they even go to work that they was gonna have a slow day.
Correct.
Just because of their mindset. Me on the other end, I speak it to existence. One of my favorite books that I read that really got me like this was The Secret. You know, when they was talking about law of attraction and how you manifest things. It's like Thomas Edison or Henry Ford. One of these guys said, they said, if you think you can, you right. If you think you can't, you still right, because them are your thoughts. So while people was like, because you can't have stinking thinking. You know what I mean? Us, like, and I guarantee me and you probably think, because we them 90%ers, you know what I'm saying? Or the 1%ers. 100%. We automatically knowing that it's already out there. We just got to go pick it up. Why they thinking like, I don't know if I can do this. You know what I'm saying? So that's number one. But it started with up here, the mindset. Once you had this, then now you just got to go conquer. You know what I'm saying? You got to go slay the dragon. But the thing is that I stayed on point like Stacey Adams because of this. I studied the 5 P's: proper preparation, prevent poor performance. And then I perfected my craft. You know what I mean? One of my favorite, one of the favorite things that I heard Drake, I don't know if you really listen to Drake, but he said, while people out partying, I'm trying to make music they can party too. Right. So the craziest thing is we used to work Monday through Saturday when we was knocking doors. But in my mind, I work 8 days a week. I was never off. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was off on the weekend, I'm still working. I'm still writing down. Like my mentor, like my grandmother was my mentor, like as a family person. She the one that really got me. That was my why. My why was when she passed away, I wanted to, because she told me on her deathbed, she was like, "You're gonna be great out of the whole family. Watch, you're gonna see. I'm telling you, you got this gift where you could just make the world laugh. Because you got to understand, at her funeral, I turned her funeral into a comedy show. Because I'm looking at my family sad, and I don't like people being sad. That's why most of my material is always to like either inspire people or to keep them laughing. Because in this world with so much negativity going on, that I try to put some. Because like I got a daughter, you know what I'm saying, that she deal with a lot of mental health. She fighting demons. Like and I know what this generation going through. You know what I mean? It's with the music, it's what you see on TV, it's what you watch on social media. So it's like the blind leading the blind. So my purpose is that I just want to inspire and be great and just keep being better than I was yesterday. But my thing is that my grandmother was my big inspiration, because when everybody didn't believe in me, she was a person that woke me up. She the one brought everything out of me. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, I wasn't a perfect kid. I was stealing, I was lying, I was doing everything that I could. But one thing that I learned from my grandmother, she said you could follow somebody to a restaurant and still starve if you follow the wrong leader. You know what I'm saying? Because I had my little cousins and little siblings doing the wrong thing. And I knew that I was a leader. I just was a bad leader at that time, because if I told them a mosquito can pull a truck, they wouldn't question their orders. They just gonna hook it up. You know what I mean? Right. I'm talking about, look, go in this store, steal this, go do this. They was doing it. Yeah. So when I started going door to door, doing something positive and had a positive mindset, and I'm reading Think and Grow Rich, How to Win Friends and Influence People. You know what I'm saying? Laws of Success and all of these, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And now I really see the vision. And now I'm looking at like, dang, they've been hiding this from me. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't, like, no, for real.
No,
so
I
started bringing my family
Yeah.
into it. I'm like, look, we ain't got to go steal. We ain't got to go do nothing. Right. All we got to do is really do the right thing, like Spike Lee. All we got to do is look, we do 3 L's, look, listen, and learn. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite things when I used to train people knocking on doors, I said, look, if I laugh, you laugh. If I high five this customer, you high five this customer. If I slap this customer, you slap me, because that ain't supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? Because I already knew what I had to do on my purpose. You know what I mean? But it all came because somebody believed in me. Sometimes you need that extra, you know what I mean? That extra push. Because just imagine, and that's why I'm always pushing. I'm always trying to inspire and uplift. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. And then you always got so many people, you know, sales is a jealous business. We all know that. You got to really eat, sleep, and drink what you want to be great at. You know what I mean? And that's how I became successful, because number one, once it was a mindset, then once I had the confidence, and then once I perfected my craft, you really couldn't tell me nothing, like Kanye West. Because after that, I started having goals. You know what I mean? Okay, once I reach this goal, now I want to reach this goal. But I never gave up. I told me I done got kidnapped by Indians, all the way to getting called the N-word, working a racist town, all the way to getting guns pulled on my face. But one thing that I taught myself is that this is the price I pay for the life I chose. Because right next the door to failure is success. You know what I mean? That one door, that's all you need.
Dude, first of all, the reason I start laughing when you talk about they were hiding it from me. That's how I felt when I started selling, because I was working my job. I did everything they told me to do. I worked overtime, 80 hours a week. Then I went out and started selling something. I was like, dude, they just paid me $2,000, and that took me 45 minutes. And I felt the same way. Matter of fact, my mother, I love my mom. She watches when she chooses to. She'll call me and she'll go, hey, and I'm always like, oh, what's up, Mom? And she's like, you know, when you're on there and you talk about how we grew up, like I always feel bad. I go, am I lying? She goes, no, but when you talk about like living in a subsidized house, I said, Ma, I'm telling our success story.
Right.
I'm not,
it's our testimony.
That's our testimony.
Yeah.
But it's the way she still, because she can't help herself. Yeah. I still to this day believe if you would hook a polygraph machine up to her and said, what does your son Sean do for a living? She'd be like, I think it's got to be illegal. So I'm not trying to be funny, kid. I really don't think she can fathom that you can go from like no money, no degree, and you can make a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So I felt the exact same way you did. But
I call that going from welfare to Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Facts.
You know, and I think for me, when I realized, damn, look at this, and I turned around and started telling people, that was my first experience when they looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, oh, wait a minute. They ain't never gonna be okay. I'm dumb enough to just do it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a shit. I'm dumb enough to do it. So door knock, first of all, where were you knocking doors?
Everywhere.
Okay. But
I'm talking about like, so
dude, you really get kidnapped?
In California. The craziest thing is that I went
you were door knocking?
Yeah,
and
but
got kidnapped.
I worked the Indian reservation. And
Okay.
you know, I don't know if you really know, like California is real territorial. They got big gangs, and it's like if you wear the
Okay.
wrong color,
Yeah.
you know. And I was basically at the wrong place at the wrong time. I worked. It was like Temecula.
I know
And I was
Temecula
I
very
was
well.
working
I've
an
been out there
Indian
for
resident. I
work.
remember like yesterday it was Pachanga. And the only reason why I usually work residential or commercial. I work
Okay.
homes or I work businesses.
What were
You
you
know what I
selling
mean?
at the time?
I was selling like the cleaning product where I
Got it.
went viral for. It was like
Got
an
it, yeah.
all-purpose cleaner. So
When were you
anyway,
behind the guy's
yeah,
shoes and
yeah.
doing your thing? That was great.
Yeah. So anyway, this guy ended up beating me this day because we worked off. We got paid 3 different ways. You know, because sales is commission.
Yeah.
We worked off a commission, but it
Yeah.
was a slide commission scale. It was from 25 to 50%. It depends
Okay.
on how many sales you had
Got
at the end. But we also got paid off of bonuses and bets. So we used to bet other salespeople because you know competition bring
That's
the best
great,
out.
dude.
So like if we a bet, like I bet you I write my quota before you, or I write over my
Got it.
quota. So we bet it like that. Then they had bonuses for like the highest new person, the hot shots. The hot shots was the people that was like the thoroughbreds, the
Okay.
best salespeople. They had bonuses like that. And
Yeah.
then I was like the top salesperson. Of course, you probably can tell.
Yeah.
But this one day, this dude beat me. He worked the Indian reservation and he had like 40 some sales, and I had like 28. But he never in his life asked me how many sales I had. So this how I knew he had a good day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my pride, of course, kicked in because once you
So you
try
were
to,
going.
yeah, I was like, wait, you talking crazy? Watch this. So the next day I raised my hand and I made a bet. I said, I bet $1,000 I'm gonna go work the same neighborhood this dude worked and I'm gonna double his sales.
Okay.
Come to find out, this dude was half Indian. Like he looked like he was like Drake or J. Cole. He was like real
but he
light,
was half
but he
Indian.
was half.
And
you know what I'm
you're
saying?
zero
And me,
Indian.
I'm 100%. You know what I'm saying? I'm mixed. You know what I'm saying? Like you know,
But no
yeah,
Indian.
no, right. So anyway. I get dropped off on an Indian reservation, and the first customer I go to, he washing his car, and he was like, he had a gate, so I wiggled his gate because I ain't about to walk in your house. You know,
Yeah.
they can shoot you, trespass.
Yeah.
They got dogs, all type of
Right.
stuff. So I'm wiggling the gate. So he turned down the music.
Kickback's dream is to create a world where all kids have the confidence and skills to achieve the dreams of their own.
Over the years as a commercial cinematographer, I have learned that your best work is your first impression. But how do you create those career-changing pieces without any opportunities or work to begin with? The process of making good work from nothing is often not talked about. But today we're going to be unveiling the curtain and showing you my step-by-step process so you can start building your career as a cinematographer. The project we're going to be looking at was a simple interview style of what a local school program means to a group of kids. In addition to that, at capturing a live event of a graduation ceremony hosted by the organization. As a cinematographer, I am shooting commercials, documentaries, or films in a controlled space so I can create visuals that match the story. As soon as a project like this is brought to me, I automatically think that this is classified as a videography or capture job, meaning I can't really control anything when it comes to lighting and the people involved in the project. This is the first thing I look at if a job makes sense for me to take on or if I can elevate this project. And the second statement is exactly what the director and I did. We sat down and listed what the project was. We had access to a photo booth graduation photo setup with a photographer and capturing real moments from the event. That's where the director Justin had the idea of asking the students questions in a clean interview setup with a backdrop and then capturing the speech of the event to add to the kids' answers. Now, this is the point where in the project it turned from a capture job to something that has intention. And that is the fundamentals of what it means to be a cinematographer or a filmmaker. And the number one thing that I struggled with
Do you ever feel like you're just floating through life, but not actually getting closer to the person that you want to be? It usually happens around New Year's. You imagine all the bad habits you're going to break free from and all the good habits you will begin. This time will be different, you say to yourself. This time I am going to do the things that I say I will, only to end up back where you began shortly after and no closer to what you had envisaged. So the question is, how do you break free from bad habits and make the habits you desire easier and automatic? Atomic Habits by James Clear answers all these questions. We're going to be doing a fast-paced, detailed summary of the book and dive deep into topics like habit loops, dopamine spikes, priming your environment, plus heaps more. And make sure you stick around until the end of the video where I go through step by step how I'm personally using this book to improve my own habits. I hope this summary inspires you to go out and grab a copy of the book for yourself, because this book deserves a space on everyone's bookshelf. Let's jump into it. Imagine a plane taking off and traveling from New York to Los Angeles. Just before takeoff, you adjust the plane just slightly by 3 degrees or around 80 inches. If you were to keep flying in a straight line, you would end up closer to Tijuana in Mexico than in your intended destination of Los Angeles. And the same goes for our habits. Tiny changes in our habits can change the trajectory of our lives in ways that we can't even notice until many years into the future looking back, in both good ways and bad. You are your habits. The power of atomic habits. A slight change in your daily habits can guide your life to a very different destination. Massive action versus 1% improvements. Far too often we convince ourselves that massive success is only possible through massive action in any goal we are pursuing. We expect ourselves to make some quantum leap or momentous improvement that will gain others' attention. However, it is the tiny improvements that aren't even noticeable at first that create incredible change. Let's look deeper into the math. 1% better every day for a year will compound to 37 times better, but 1% worse every day over a year will bring you close to zero. Your habits can compound against you in the form of things like stress or negative self-talk, or they can compound for you in the form of things like knowledge, productivity, skills, and relationships. Success is the product of daily habits, not once-in-a-lifetime transformations. The truth about progress. When you start any endeavor in your life, here is what you think should happen: linear progress. But here is what actually happens. Notice this section here in the beginning. Small changes in our progress are not even noticeable. James Clear refers to this part of the graph as the valley of disappointment. You've done so much, you've put in so much effort, and you can barely see any results. This is where most people fail and slip back into their old routines. The most powerful outcomes of any compounding process are delayed, so patience is required. Goals versus systems. Forget about goals, focus on systems instead. A goal is the result you want to accomplish. Systems deal with processes that lead to the results. The conventional wisdom suggests that the best way to achieve anything we want in life, be it getting into better shape, building a successful business, or spending more time with family, is to set specific, realistic goals. But if you completely ignored your goals and focused only on your systems, would you still succeed? The author of this book argues that you would. Here are some problems with only having goals. Successful and unsuccessful people share the same goals, so therefore the goal cannot be what differentiates winners from losers. Achieving a goal only changes your life for that moment in time. Goals can create an either-or conflict. Either you achieve the goal and succeed, or you don't and you're a failure, even if you are making progress in the right direction. When you achieve a goal, what do you do after? If your goal was running the local marathon, chances are after completing it, your motivation will quickly fade and you will just slip back into your old routines. Goals are good for setting a direction, but systems are best for making progress. A system of atomic habits. The problem with changing your habits is not you. The reason why you repeat the same bad habits for so long isn't because you don't want to change, but because you have the wrong system for change. Atomic habits are small routines and behaviors that accumulate to produce incremental positive outcomes over time. Big breakthroughs tend to get more attention than small improvements, but what really matters are the little daily decisions and actions we take. Just as atoms are the building blocks of molecules, atomic habits are the building blocks of remarkable results. There are 3 layers to behavior change. The first layer is changing outcomes, the result. Losing that weight, writing that book, or winning the season. The outcomes are what you get. The second layer is changing your process, what you do, the new workout routine, or developing a daily reading habit. And the third layer is changing your identity, what you believe, your worldviews, and how you think about yourself and others. Most people focus on the outcomes, but the best way to change your habits is by focusing on the person you want to become instead of the results that you want. The goal isn't to learn an instrument, it's to become a musician. The goal isn't to run a marathon, it's to become a runner. When something you want in your life becomes part of your identity, that is when your behaviors will start to naturally change. When you tell yourself and others, I'm a runner, you want to live up to that identity. Remind yourself, every time you do a workout, you are an athlete. Every time you write a line of code, you are a programmer. And each time you instruct your team, you are a leader. The habit loop. A habit is when something becomes repeated enough times that it becomes automatic. Ultimately, we want our habits to solve problems in our lives with the least amount of effort. A habit is formed and reinforced by means of a continuous feedback loop. Cue, craving, response, reward. The key to creating habits that stick is to create feedback loops that are continuously being improved. Cue, phone buzz. Craving, want to know who messaged. Response, pick up the phone. Reward, solve the problem of who messaged. Cue, mind goes blank at work. Craving, want to alleviate the frustration. Response, check social media. Reward, satisfy the need to feel less frustrated. Over time, rewards become associated with cues. So in this example, checking social media becomes tied to your mind going blank at work. And then checking Facebook may be the cue to check Instagram, which becomes the cue to watch YouTube. And before you know it, your mind going blank cue has led to 20 minutes of wasted time. And the more you repeat these habit loops, the stronger and more automatic they become. Cues can really be anything: a smell, a sound, a sight, a person, a location. Try to think of any cues in your daily life that are initiating your good or bad habit loops. So how can we influence the habit loop to work for us? This book shows us the 4 laws that will guide us to do just that. Law 1, make it obvious. Most of your current habits are so automatic that you don't even realize them. You must first become aware of your habits before you can change them. You can achieve that with your habit scorecard. Write down all your daily behaviors on a habit scorecard, from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to bed. Your scorecard may look something like this. Based on whether it helps you become the person you aspire to be, categorize each habit as positive, negative, or neutral. At this stage, we aren't trying to change anything, but just observe what is actually going on in our daily lives. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Vagueness is a real problem when it comes to habit formation, and studies have shown that quite often the reason people fail to stick to a habit is not because of a lack of motivation, but because of a lack of clarity. One day I will get into shape is easy to say to yourself, but too vague to get any momentum. What you need is a time and a place. The most common cues, time and location, will help you achieve your goals. Clearly state your intention to act using the following formula. I will behavior at time in this location. Here is a bad example. I will read more this month. Here is a good example. I will read a book for 15 minutes daily at 6 a.m. in the spare bedroom. Another good way to get a habit started is by habit stacking. To stack habits, tie a desired habit to an existing habit according to the following formula. After current habit, I will new habit. For example, after I brush my teeth, I will stretch for 5 minutes. You can stack habits together. For example, after you finish brushing your teeth, you will meditate for 10 minutes and then plan the rest of your day before checking social media. A chain of habits is more likely to be sustained if you practice this consistently. Choosing the correct trigger is essential. You need a trigger cue. Your trigger should be something that you do automatically without fail during your day, such as waking up, turning off your alarm, or brushing your teeth. James Clear tells us in the book that motivation is highly overrated. You can better shape your behavior by designing your environment. We are more influenced by our environment than our willpower or motivation. It's hard to stick with positive habits in a negative environment. Environment is the invisible hand that shapes human behavior. Creating a habit requires you to redesign the space around you to 1, make it easier to see the cues for the desired habits, and 2, avert bad habits by making them invisible. If you want to drink more water, make the cues visible and obvious. Place water bottles around the house in places you are likely to see them. Want to read more? Place the book somewhere where you'll see it. And if you want to get better on guitar, don't leave it out of sight in the closet. Context is the cue. Objects in the environment do not determine our behavior, rather it is our relationship to them that does. Stop seeing your environment as a place simply filled with objects. Imagine it as a place filled with relationships. The couch in the living room is the place where one person reads an hour a night. For another, the couch is where they watch Netflix and eat pizza and relax after work. If your relationship with the couch is a place to relax, then trying to get a work-related task done in that environment may be difficult. Try to make separate zones in your house for different activities. The author likes to use the mantra, one space, one use. If you're trying to eliminate a bad habit, you can only rely on self-control in the short term. Cutting off bad habits at the source is a more reliable solution, and one of the most practical ways to eliminate a bad habit is to make it invisible. Eliminate it from your environment. For example, put your phone in another room for a few hours if you have trouble getting work done. Or put junk food out of sight or remove it from your house if you're trying to lose weight. Law 2. Make it attractive. When we expect to be rewarded, we take action. The more rewarding an action is, the more likely we are to repeat it until it becomes a habit. Hence, the first step to forming good habits is to make them more attractive. Understanding how dopamine affects your body will help you. Dopamine. Our motivation levels are affected by dopamine, a hormone and neurotransmitter. We are more motivated to act when our dopamine levels rise. By measuring dopamine, scientists can pinpoint the exact moment at which craving occurs. It was once assumed that dopamine was just about pleasure, but now we know it's vital to many neurological functions, including motivation, memory, learning, punishment, as well as voluntary movement. The hormone dopamine is released not only when we experience pleasure, but also when we anticipate it. Gambling addicts have a dopamine spike right before they place a bet, not after they win. Let's dive deeper into dopamine spikes. Using social media, eating junk food, and taking drugs are all associated with high levels of dopamine and are highly habit-forming. Think about before going on a vacation. Sometimes the thinking and anticipation of the vacation is better than the actual vacation. Seeing the junk food you desire surges dopamine, not after eating it. Drug addicts increase dopamine when they see the drugs, not after taking them. The craving is what causes us to take action in the first place. Making a habit attractive is vital because it is the expectation of a rewarding experience that drives us to act. Here you can use a strategy known as temptation bundling. The temptation bundling process makes a habit more attractive by combining an action we need to do with one that we want to do. For example, you could bundle watching Netflix, something you want to do, with working out, something you need to do. Temptation bundling applies a psychology principle known as Premack's principle. Developed by Professor David Premack, the Premack principle states, more probable behaviors will reinforce less probable behaviors. In other words, even if you're not looking forward to doing some exercise, you become conditioned to do it because you get to do something else you really enjoy. Group influence. We are continually wondering, what will others think of me, and altering our behavior based on the answer. We are influenced by the people closest to us and the groups that we belong to. If you're trying to build a good habit, one of the best ways to reinforce the habit is to find and become part of a culture where that habit is the norm. If you want to get into better shape, surround yourself with fit people. If you want to read more, join a book club. Primal motivators, the source of cravings. In your normal everyday life, you wouldn't say something to yourself like, I want to eat pizza because I need to consume this food to survive. Surface level cravings are merely manifestations of our deeper underlying motives, and these underlying motives guide our behavior. Here are some examples from the book of underlying motives: conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love and reproducing, connecting and bonding with others, winning social acceptance and approval, reducing uncertainty, achieving status and prestige. Your brain did not evolve with a desire to smoke cigarettes, check Instagram every 5 minutes, or to play video games. Online platforms and products do not invent new motivations, but rather appeal to the underlying motives of human nature that we already have to gain our attention. Your habits are modern-day solutions to ancient desires, new versions of old vices. The underlying motives behind human behavior remain the same. people who have the underlying motive of connecting with others may jump onto Facebook. Others seeking the underlying motive of finding love and reproducing may sign up for Tinder. If you want to reduce uncertainty, there's Google for that. And seeking social acceptance, there's Instagram. Reprogramming your brain to enjoy hard habits. You can make hard habits more attractive if you can learn to associate them with a positive experience. By highlighting the benefits of a habit rather than its downsides, you can quickly reprogram your mind and make it seem more appealing. For example, fitness equals health and well-being and not fatigue. Cleaning the house, an environment conducive to peace of mind and not wasted time. Saving money, future financial freedom and not sacrifice. Make it unattractive. To break a bad habit, do the same but highlight the benefits of not doing that habit to make it as unattractive to keep doing as possible. Law 3. Make it easy. How long does it actually take to form a new habit? During habit formation, a behavior becomes increasingly automatic as it is repeated. As you repeat an activity, your brain changes in order to become more efficient at doing it. Long before neuroscientists dug into the process of forming habits, repetition was known as a powerful tool for establishing habits. You activate particular neural circuits associated with habits every time you repeat them. So framing habit formation in terms of time is flawed. It should be framed in terms of number of repetitions. Reducing friction, the law of least effort. The more energy required, the less likely it is to happen. It takes almost no energy to get into the habit of reading one page of a book each day. Habits are more likely to occur when they require less energy. The bigger the obstacle, the more friction there is between you and the desired outcome. If you need to travel 20 minutes out of your way to go to your gym, chances are you will not. But if your gym is located on your commute to work, you will greatly decrease the friction. By making your good habits more convenient, you're more likely to stick to them. Your life will be easier if you find ways to reduce friction rather than trying to solve it. In order to build better habits, we have to find ways to reduce friction associated with our good habits and increase friction associated with our bad habits. Priming the environment for use. By automating or setting up your environment, you can reduce the friction for future action. For example, I will lay out my workout clothes the night before, so when I get up, I can get moving in the morning. Or to prepare a healthier breakfast, place the pan on the stove, cooking spray on the counter, and gather the ingredients the night before. Again, to reduce any friction. Using the 2-minute rule to stop procrastinating. Using the 2-minute rule can help you establish small habits that will lead to success in bigger ones. Find a simple 2-minute version of your desired habit. You want to scale down your desired outcome. Running a marathon becomes putting on your shoes and stretching for 2 minutes. Reading an hour per day becomes reading 1 page. You need to get the routine anchored in place and then slowly build up the difficulty. After you've mastered the 2-minute habit, you can progress to the next phase. To make something more difficult, think about ways you can create barriers of friction between yourself and the bad habit. Make it as impractical as possible. If you want to watch less TV, unplug the TV after each use and put the remote in an inconvenient location. When you go shopping, leave your credit cards under the seat of the car if you have a bad habit of spontaneous spending. Do anything you can to make your bad habits less likely to occur. Law 4. Make it satisfying. The most important rule of behavior change. A feeling of pleasure is a message to the brain, this feels good, let's repeat this next time. When you experience pleasure, your brain learns that a behavior is worth remembering and repeating. What is immediately rewarded is repeated. What is immediately punished is avoided. The first 3 laws increase your chances of doing the habit this time. The last law increases your chances of repeating the habit next time. The mismatch between immediate and delayed returns. It is common for us to feel good about our immediate results, but bad about our long-term outcomes when we practice bad habits. It is the opposite with good habits. The immediate result is unpleasant, but the ultimate outcome is satisfying. A certain amount of success in just about every field involves ignoring an immediate reward for the long-term one. It is best to add a little immediate pleasure to the habits that will pay off in the long run, and a little pain to those that don't. The vital thing in getting a habit to stick is to feel successful. Even if it's in a small way, the feeling of success is a signal that your habit paid off and the work was worth the effort. It is satisfying to make progress, and you can monitor your progress using visual measures such as moving paper clips, hairpins, or marbles. These little wins can go a long way. For example, for each sales call you make today, move a marble from one jar to the complete jar. For each 25 minutes of writing, move a paper clip. Visual measurements can take many forms: diet journals, workout logs, download progress bars, or even page numbers in a book. Keeping a habit tracker may be the best method to monitor your progress. Using a habit tracker is a simple way to determine whether you did a particular habit. Tracking becomes a reward in and of itself. Crossing a task off your to-do list, completing an entry in your exercise log, or writing an X on the calendar is satisfying. In spite of your best efforts, it is inevitable that life will interrupt you at some point. A bad day at work, a bad performance, or a bad workout can happen to anyone. When you're having a bad day, you don't realize how valuable it is to just show up. Lost days hurt you more than successful days help you. Don't break the chain. Every time you cross a day off your calendar for a given habit, you are creating a chain. Showing up is so important. Missing 2 days or links in a row is the start of a bad habit. Even if you usually do 50 push-ups, just do 10 on that given day if that means not breaking the chain. Breaking a bad habit. Make it unsatisfying. A behavior is less likely to occur when pain is immediate. Being held accountable by a partner is a good way to keep your desired habits in check. We all want to be liked and respected, so we would rather just avoid the punishment that we will be held accountable to. For example, I owe you $10 every time I miss a workout, plus the respect I lose for failing to do what I said I would. Your behavior is more likely to be influenced by concrete and immediate consequences. The habit contract. You can create a habit contract to hold yourself accountable, just as governments use laws to hold citizens accountable. You can create a habit contract either verbally or in writing, which makes it clear that you will honor a particular habit and there will be punishments if you do not. You can then use your accountability partners to enforce this contract. Okay, so it's one thing to read a book, but another to actually apply it to your life. So I'm going to try and visually represent how I've personally been using this book to build systems around my habits the past few months. After you guys read the book, maybe your approach will be different than mine or much better, or maybe there are some parts that I completely missed or could improve upon. So do let me know in the comments below. The good habits I wanted to develop were more consistent workout and reading routines. The bad habit I wanted to eliminate was becoming distracted and over-consuming social media. First, I completed the habit scorecard. This gave me a good idea of habits I could try to eliminate, but more importantly, it gave me an idea of daily habits I was already doing that I could stack my new habits with. Ultimately, when you find the habits you want to work on, you want to be pushing the desired good habits towards this side of the spectrum and the bad habits towards this side. For the working out habit, the first step was to make the cues more obvious, and I had a few tools that I could use from the book. In this case, I used what James Clear calls the implementation strategy. So I will work out at 6 a.m. in the living room. Next, I tried as best I could to design my environment conducive to this new habit. I took my dumbbell set out of the closet and I put them in the living room. I also found a few pictures of healthy physiques on the internet and put them in places around the house as cues that would remind me of the habit. Next, I moved on to the craving phase. So to increase dopamine and motivation, I bundled the workout with listening to some of my favorite podcasts, and I also implement reprogramming of the brain. So I tell myself repeatedly, I don't have to do a workout, but I get to build strength and a healthier body. And that subtle shift in mindset has gone a long way. Ideally, joining a gym or finding a group of people to work out with would be even better to strengthen this habit. But unfortunately, all the gyms are closed where I live, so I'm kind of on my own, and these two tools will have to suffice for the moment. Next, making it easy. Using the 2-minute rule to make sure that I don't end up like most people starting a new habit that try to do too much too soon. I want my habit to not feel like a challenge at all. So my 2-minute rule was putting on my workout clothes and stretching. And if that was the only thing that I accomplished, then that was fine because I showed up. But you will quickly find that once you are there, you are now motivated to get the workout done. So it is weird, but the motivation seems to come after you get the habit started. My mindset is focused on small 1% changes, compounding into meaningful results, and that my systems will get me the results and not vague goals. Remembering that my main focus at this point is just making sure that I show up and start anchoring this habit in place. Once you are consistently showing up, you can increase the progression. To decrease friction, I made the rule that I'm not allowed to check my phone until the workout was complete. If I get distracted by emails or social media, it is one excuse and one step of friction between myself and the workout getting completed. Lastly, this was a game changer for me, priming the environment. When I place my shoes, yoga mat, and dumbbells out the night before, I skyrocket my show up and workout percentage. As soon as I place these items out the night before, I feel like the ritual has begun and the workout is already complete because I have zero excuses. So with those 3 phases of the loop systemized to get me to show up, I only had the last phase of the loop left, which was to make sure I keep repeating the habit. I use both of these tools somewhat together to close out the loop. I use a habit tracker. Crossing the day off the calendar becomes the reward, and it also forces me to not want to break the chain. I also take a picture of my calories that I burnt, and I send that picture to my partner, and that also increases the satisfaction. Mindset-wise, I begin with identity, and I remind myself after each workout that I want to become the kind of person that enjoys fitness and doesn't miss workouts. I don't put all my focus on outcomes such as I want to be 10 kilograms lighter by such and such a date. And I also remind myself that I need to be patient for the results and that I'm probably still somewhere in this valley of disappointment before I will see those results. I went through the same process with the reading habit with a few minor changes. So I used the habit stack. After making a coffee, I will read for 90 minutes. So making a coffee was my trigger cue for reading. My one space, one use rule was reading on the balcony of the apartment. One of the best parts of my day is a nice cup of coffee in the morning, so this was the perfect thing for me to bundle my reading habit with. Remembering how dopamine raises in anticipation of a reward and not the reward itself, I wanted this dopamine spike for wanting coffee to start becoming associated with reading. My 2-minute rule was to read 1 page of The Daily Stoic by Ryan Holiday. Super simple. Again, in the beginning, all I was concerned with was showing up and getting this habit anchored. Then I slowly built up the habit to 90 minutes. For the bad habit I was trying to eliminate, to make the habit invisible, I started by making my phone as boring as I possibly could, which required deleting a lot of apps. I used the reprogramming tool to highlight the unattractive side of over-consuming social media, telling myself things like, consuming is the easy and lazy option of the masses, and do I want to be a consumer or a producer? Random scrolling through feeds is for losers. So you want to try and paint your bad habit in a light that makes it super unattractive to keep doing. To increase friction, I left my phone in a drawer in another room, so completely out of sight. And to make it unsatisfying, I have an accountability partner. I get my partner to enforce this habit. The punishment is if she sees me using social media during work time, I owe her $10. So that is how I've been using this fantastic book, guys, to get great results so far. Go out and grab a copy of this book for yourself if you haven't already. You're going to take in the knowledge at a much deeper level from all the stories and examples that James Clear gives you in the book, as well as some advanced techniques which we didn't cover in the summary that will help you strengthen your habits. Good luck in your journey. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene. We're going to be doing a detailed breakdown of this book, and by the end of this video, you're going to have a super clear understanding of how you can use.
We're going to go live today. Lots I want to talk to you guys about. Hopefully this worked this time. Go ahead and pile on in here, man. And as you guys come on in,
Do Do you ever feel like you're just floating through life, but not actually getting closer to the person that you want to be? It usually happens around New Year's. You imagine all the
I got rich in my 20s and you can too. So what I want to do with this video is basically share my story, share all of my failures, all the things I did right, all the things I did wrong. And if you want to be financially successful, I'm going to talk about a lot of things that will help you out. Seriously, if someone had sat me down while I was in my 20s and told me, you need to watch this video fully, and I've actually done it, I'd have much fewer failures and faster successes. I'm really confident in that, so I really hope you guys can watch until the end. Now, I grew up as the son of 2 Chinese immigrants. They came to the States when they were in their 20s, attended university, and I was born in SoCal, then moved to NorCal, where I basically grew up. Obviously, NorCal and Palo Alto specifically, these cities are very like intellectual and career-oriented, meaning you go to school, you do well, you get a job, and that's really what I thought was normal. Now, after graduating from UCLA in 2014, my parents wanted me to become a doctor. I applied to a bunch of different med schools, didn't get in, and then I basically just started doing my own thing in my 20s. Like, I remember the day after I graduated college, I was like, I don't have a job lined up. What am I actually going to do? And so I basically just tried everything. I worked a normal 9-to-5 job during the summer while in college. This was for about 2 months, and it made me realize that this was not the life for me. I remember this defining moment where I thought, fuck it, I want to get rich. I want to do it my way. So like I said, I've done so many different side hustles in my life. I've started different businesses, for example, FBA, dropshipping, loans, real estate, content, all of it. And yeah, I failed at most of them, but some of them actually did really well and helped me on my net worth journey. You're probably wondering, what was the business that ultimately got me to become a millionaire? And I'll tell you, that was YouTube. If you're watching this, you do not need to become a YouTuber to become a millionaire. But the general gist is that I tried a bunch of different things. They all helped me learn. I failed some of them. I did okay in some of them, but they ultimately led me to finally building a really successful business. And that business was YouTube. So today I have over 30 different channels. This is not my only channel. And most of my income actually comes from content. There's so many different ways to make money with content, but we'll save that for a later video. So this is basically my net worth and time. For me, it was super, super flat for the first, 20 something years. After that, I hit this little tipping point, and then my net worth started to really shoot up. And if you look at most successful people, it's usually quite similar to this. This is the area where they're trying different things out, failing, learning, all that stuff. And this is where they basically hit their stride. And hitting that stride usually takes longer than people that graduate from college and go directly into working a 9-to-5 job. Now, when I was in my 20s, I did a lot of things that were good, and I did a lot of things that were bad. And let's talk about the bad things first, because I definitely think you can learn something from it. So the first is college. Okay. So I personally think that college is good. There are definitely positives to going to college, but personally, I went to college incorrectly. I didn't have the right experience. And since college is 4 years of your life, making that mistake is such a big issue. Now, basically, I went through college with a girlfriend. I didn't really go out that much. I didn't join a ton of different clubs. I didn't try to start my own business. Basically, I lived a pretty sheltered and not that exciting college life. I have huge regrets about this because I think that if I had went through college differently, I would have hit my stride a lot faster. So that's definitely one thing that I encourage you to do. If you're in college or you're about to go to college, please do it correctly. Try everything out, join different clubs, make a lot of friends, network your ass off, start your business, start making money, please. The next thing I want to say that I did incorrectly is saying no. So when my parents wanted me to become a doctor, I didn't really have the confidence or ability to say no. And that was a huge mistake. If I had really thought to myself, hey, is this something that I want to do? Is this something I actually see myself doing for the next 40, 50 years? And of course, I'd come to the conclusion that no, being a doctor would not fulfill me. It's not something I want to do. I could have said no a lot faster. I could have started doing the things that I wanted to do. So if you're young, do not be afraid to say no. Sometimes your parents are right, of course, but they're not always right. And you really need to follow your gut. And that sort of ties into this being influenced by others. I feel like I didn't have that much self-confidence, this inner self-confidence that I have today. Rather, I was super influenced by outside forces, for example, my parents, my friends, whatever. And yeah, that definitely does limit you, especially if you want to live a crazy, extraordinary life. Now, let's talk about what I actually did correctly to get things on a more positive note. The first thing is that I talked about money a lot. I grew up frugal. I really cared about personal finance, saving money, investing. And, as a result, I talked to my dad about it. I would would go online, learn about it. And yeah, that basically got me interested in investing early. So I started investing in stocks straight out of college. And basically what I realized is that to be good at something, you need to actually talk about it a lot. You're never going to be good at money unless you actually talk about it and learn about it. And so if there's any subject or thing that you want to, achieve or be good at in your life, really prioritize talking about it with your friends and family. As a result of this, I was an extremely good saver. I was very smart with my money, and that definitely helped me to, build my network. The next thing that I did correctly was risks, right? So I didn't have that much money to actually risk at the time. So I risked a lot of my time instead. That's the beauty of taking risks, right? You don't always need to take financial risks. You can risk your time and your energy. And so that's what I did. I tried a bunch of different things and eventually I got very, very lucky. But that's all really coming down to taking a lot of risks when you're young. And then the third thing I did correctly was I learned a lot. Through doing all those things, I learned different lessons. I learned what worked, what did not work. And I sort of became a sponge in my 20s, acquiring a bunch of different skills. And then eventually all those skills definitely helped me become successful later on. So now let's talk about the key principles to actually getting wealthy. First is you need to do things unconventionally. You cannot just do what everyone else is doing because I guarantee you, if you just do what other people are doing, you're going to have the financial success of most people. And that's probably not something that you want, right? Like most people, they are not extremely wealthy. So you can't really just copy the actions that they do. Getting rich in your 20s is something that a very small percentage of people actually achieve. And so if you think about it logically, does it make sense for you to get rich if you do what others do? And the answer, of course, is no. Now, I'm not saying to do everything differently than everyone because that's not a good formula to follow. But what I'm saying is, not everything you need to do needs to be traditional. You don't always need to go down the traditional path. Many of you watching this, you probably have dealt with parents that want you to go down some certain career path. They might want you to become a doctor, lawyer, accountant, whatever it is. And while that is great, especially if you yourself want to do that, I know many of you watching this do not actually want to do that. And so if you're in that type of situation, I want you to have the confidence and, push to actually tell them, hey, mom, dad, this is not what I want to do. I want to do something else. I want to go the non-traditional route. And simply just knowing that a lot of people you look up to went the non-traditional route should inspire you and tell you, okay, it is actually possible. I can do it myself. They can do it. I can do it. The next is you need to embrace failure. This is so important. And if I look at my friends, many of them who have become successful in their 20s or 30s, the amount of failures that they have gone through is just absolutely insane. Especially for myself, I've sort of touched on this earlier, but I have failed so many different things. And really, when it comes down to it, failing a lot is completely okay. You need to fail a lot. The first side hustle that you do does not need to become the thing you do for the rest of your life. You'll probably do it, you'll make some money, you'll learn a bunch of different things, and someday you'll probably call it quits. All these different side hustles can be sort of viewed as different stepping stones. And when you sort of think of it that way, it removes the anxiety of, oh my God, I need to absolutely crush at this one thing I'm doing. It does not need to be like that. Every single thing you do does not need to be the thing you do for the rest of your life. It does not need to be the thing that ultimately makes you millions of dollars. And when it comes to actually getting good at this, what I just recommend doing is go out there and force yourself to fail a lot. Don't start a business just with the intention of failing. That's not what I'm saying, but rack up a lot of smaller failures. For example, for me, I did modeling when I was in my 20s in Los Angeles. I went on a ton of different auditions. And when you are in the modeling and acting world, you're going to get rejected a lot. So all these rejections, they're sort of small failures and you sort of become immune to it, right? It's a normal part of life. That really helped me. It made me think, wow, it's actually okay to fail. It's not actually the end of my life. And really, you should think that way as well. The next big principle that I really want you to understand is you need to have a money abundance mindset. This is something that I did not have for many, many years until probably my early to mid 20s. Let me tell you, I was the most frugal person in the world. It's something that I learned growing up. I think a lot of Asian people have this sort of mindset, but I literally thought that money was so scarce. I thought money was so valuable. I thought money was incredibly hard to get. And so I really wanted to just save everything. Saving is great, but when it comes to making money, having this type of mindset is actually incredibly hurtful. As someone that's in your 20s or 30s or whatever, you need to think that money is everywhere. And that's actually the truth. There is so much money out there. All the money has been printed already. They keep printing more. And there are so many different opportunities for you to make money. Now, if you have the traditional mindset of making money where you trade your time for money for, let's say, $30 per hour, then yeah, I don't think you'll ever be able to truly have this money abundance mindset, because you simply just need to trade too many hours of your life in order to get X dollars. When you think about money in a completely different way, that is building a business and not tying money with your time, then that's really when it becomes possible to have this sort of money mindset. And let me just tell you guys, there are so many different ways to make money these days, especially with the internet. I have so many friends, they make money in completely different ways. I have friends that have restaurants. I have friends that do content. I have friends that sell education. I have friends that have agencies. I have friends that, invest in real estate. And because of this, I have this mindset that there are so many different ways I can make money. It increases my confidence in my future earning potential. It makes me less scared about money, right? The more you're scared about something, the harder it is to actually get it. And when you just view money as a byproduct of some type of service or giving some type of value, then you realize there's a lot of value or services that I can do. And hence there is a lot of money that I can make. Now, in terms of some tactical advice, I really want you guys to know that making more money is easier than saving more money. It's always like this, right? Like saving $4 at Starbucks per day, it's good. It's something that you should do while you are young, but saving an additional $4 a day, it's not going to move the needle. What moves the needle is making more money. So when you're in your 20s, when you're in your 30s, when you're young, whatever age, you need to start acquiring high value skills. And this is something that I'm going to be talking about all throughout this video. It's something I talk about a lot. And that's because it's so important. High value skills are basically the foundation or backbone of becoming financially successful. If you have a high value skill, you can turn that into a business that generates cash flow. And that cash flow is what's really going to contribute heavily to your assets. The other thing is building equity in some type of business. This is something that I haven't really done that much. It's something that I'm working on with my overseas staffing company, but most of the businesses that I've made, they don't really have equity. However, I know a lot of people that have become extremely wealthy just by having equity in a business. And so yeah, your high value skill turns into cash flow, and then your equity is basically adding to your assets. When you combine these two different things, it's basically like a magic formula. Now, when it comes to actually becoming financially successful, it really comes down to your net worth. So you basically have two buckets, right? These are your assets and these are your liabilities. This is the good stuff that adds to your net worth, and this is the bad stuff that detracts from your net worth. So assets are going to be things like your stocks, any cash you have, real estate, anything that holds its value. And then your liabilities are going to be things like what you owe on your credit card, maybe your mortgage, any money that you borrowed, and so on. Now, the goal is to make it so that our assets heavily outweigh our liabilities, at least for most people. And really the only way to do that is to, one, increase your income, and two, save more percentage of your income. A great mindset that I had early on was I knew that I was making money not to spend, but to save, right? The whole purpose of making money is not to spend it on expensive meals or clothes and stuff like that. The purpose for me for making money was that I can build my assets and grow my net worth. Now, of course, it shouldn't always be like that. You have to have a good balance, but generally just like having that type of mindset allows you to really prioritize saving rather than just spending all the money that you make. I like to view it as a game, and it's a fun game for sure. And another really important concept I want to illustrate is the importance of being surrounded by other people that are trying to do similar things as you. So this was me back when I was in my 20s, and most of my friends were doing other things. Let's give this person like a suitcase. This person is at a desk. And then there's me doing different things at home, trying to build side hustles and businesses. And there really was not too much that I could, connect with all of my friends. I really love my friends, but in terms of relating to them, I just really couldn't do it. Now think about it. If you, let's say this is you, and then all your other friends want to be financially successful, they want to invest, build a business, whatever it is. When you're in an environment where everyone is, bouncing ideas off of each other, where you can actually learn from each other, and that is just amazing. These two people, they can bond over career advice, moving through the ranks, stuff like that. That's amazing, but you can't. So you need to find yourself in an environment that's more like this. Because yeah, I guarantee you, when your friends are all trying to become entrepreneurs or trying to become rich or whatever it is, it's very, very likely that if all of them are, let's say, rich, you're going to become rich too. If all your friends are amazing soccer players and you want to become an amazing soccer player, your chances of becoming an amazing soccer player are much, much, much higher. This sort of concept relates to anything, not just money or business. Now, let's talk about some of the things that all successful people have. And I know this because I've interviewed hundreds of different millionaires. I have a lot of successful people in my network. And these are the things that are sort of common between them. One is that they're always learning. They always have this growth mindset. You've definitely heard this quote. It is basically, the day you stop learning is the day you start dying. I don't know if that's exactly it.
Always learning. Man, everyone's saying you die. Some people die when they're 19. Some people die when they're but they don't really get buried until they're whatever. Like, that's crazy because everyone just keeps learning, like for example, this guy just said, um, if you stop learning, you die.
Always learning. They always have this growth mindset. You've definitely heard this quote. It is basically, the day you stop learning is the day you start dying. I don't know if that's exactly it, but you sort of get the gist. Personally, I have always been extremely curious. And I spend a ton of my time actually just learning about different things, right? The reason why I think a lot of successful people have this always learning type of mindset is because they don't think they know everything. They know that there's unlimited things that they can learn. And they know that everything that they actually add to their brain is going to help them become financially successful. So when you go through life with this growth mindset, a lot or a majority of the actions you do actually, contribute towards your learning and towards your growth. It's not all about business. It's not all about just making money or saving and stuff like that. This relates to literally everything in your life, your health, your actions, how you treat people, pretty much everything. The next thing a lot of these people have in common is that they are physically fit. This sort of ties in with that growth mindset, right? They spend a lot of time at the gym doing different activities, cardio, whatever it is. They like to stay fit. And if you think about it, it makes sense, right? If you optimize every single part of your life, especially your financial part of your life, then doesn't it make sense to also optimize something that's even more important, which is your literal health? I've prioritized physical health for most of my life, and I really truly think that has contributed so much to my current success. Of course, you don't need to look like a bodybuilder. You don't need to be able to run a 5-minute mile, but simply prioritizing these things, keeping consistent at your physical health, it's going to make you feel better, which makes you be able to work harder, and it's going to allow you to live longer. These are all things that we owe to our family, our kids, as well as our friends. The third thing that I see a lot of these successful people have is they have incredible consistency and relentlessness. They do things a lot. They really emphasize volume. They don't necessarily just emphasize quality. So the thing that's really important, especially when you're starting out, is I think a lot of people, they want everything to be perfect. They want to be completely 110% prepared for what they're about to do. And for me, I don't think this is the right way to do it because I don't think you'll ever feel fully ready. In fact, the best way to actually learn and get ready is to just do things. Jump off the building, build your parachute as you're falling, because that jump, that's what most people, they don't do because they're always trying to find the perfect opportunity or situation or be fully prepared. And that just never really comes. One of my favorite quotes is volume negates luck. And one of my life goals is to actually write a complete book about how you can get lucky. And a huge concept in that book is going to be volume. Take many, many swings at bat and you're sure to hit a home run. But most people, they don't want to step up to bat. They don't want to take a lot of swings. Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to do. And that sort of ties us into the fourth thing that all successful people have, and that is luck. Successful people are extremely lucky. I cannot emphasize that enough. But the thing is that most of these people, they create their own luck. They made their own luck by their daily actions. So sure, yes, you can be born into wealth. You can have a huge trust fund, whatever it is. But most of the people that I know, they built their own luck. They built their own successes. And yeah, they got extremely, extremely lucky. I mean, yeah, if you want to be in the top 0.1% of the population in terms of financial wealth, then of course you need to be extremely lucky. And the thing is that all these people, their daily habits, their daily actions allow them to get extremely lucky. It puts them basically in luck's way. And when it comes down to it, the concept basically is they're doing a lot of things, they're trying a lot of things, they're putting themselves in a lot of different places. And when you do that, you are just way more likely to get lucky. I think of it sort of as just buying a ton of lottery tickets, because yeah, if you buy 1 billion lottery tickets, you're going to win for sure. So that being said, this is what you need to do right now. You need to stop thinking of being rich only as dollars. Instead of thinking about the money, you need to actually think about the type of person that you need to become rich, because these are the precursors to acquiring money and saving money. And these are things like your habits, your work ethic, your skills, your growth-oriented mindset, your consistency, your actions, and yeah, a ton of other things. So basically, if you spend your early years, your teens, your 20s building skills, not only focused on making a quick buck, then I guarantee you the money is going to follow. It's funny because sometimes the things that we don't do for money are actually the ones that make you a lot of money. For example, this YouTube channel. Spend your early years not just chasing money, because I guarantee you, if you start young and you're building tons and tons of skills in your teens and 20s, your 30s, it's where you're going to make a ton of money. And maybe it's going to come way earlier than your 30s. Because yeah, I know 18-year-olds that make $1 million plus a year. Everyone's journey is different, but when it comes down to it, if you just spend your life chasing the money, but not the precursors to having money, then you really are at a disadvantage. Now, I will say that having money in your 20s and 30s is really amazing. For me, it reduces a lot of the stress that I used to have regarding money and being frugal. It lets you do a lot more of the things you actually want to do and less of the things you don't want to do. And yeah, overall, it's just a really good thing to be financially rich. But that being said, I don't want you to forget the other more important things that make you truly rich in life, right? And I know this is a little cheesy, but I think it's really important to say it. Being rich in money does not equate to being rich in life. Right? It's just correlation. It's not causation. I know for a fact that having money beyond a certain point is not going to contribute to your life happiness. It's not going to make you have a better life compared to other people. And that's extremely important to know, because if you're watching this video and you are already thinking about these things at a young age, yeah, you're going to get rich. I pretty much guarantee it. But I hope along that journey, you realize that there are other things that are more important and work on those as well. Because a lot of people, they get financially successful, they get really, really rich, but they find out that they're not happy. And that's basically because they forgot about everything else that makes life meaningful. Okay, so let's sort of wrap all this up. If you are watching this video, it's probably because you want to become financially successful, likely non-traditionally. And what I'll tell you is that there is going to be a period of time that you go through that is dark, lonely, super tough. I went through it in my 20s, where it was pretty rough. But these are the grind years, and you're basically going to look back and be so grateful and reminiscent of these years. I know I am, right? I would not trade those years in my 20s where things were rough, when I didn't know what was happening, when my parents were disappointed in me. I wouldn't trade that for anything. Getting rich without these years is like being handed a lot of money. It sort of just ruins a person and makes them not appreciate it, right? It really is the journey. I want to stress. It's the journey that makes it all worthwhile. And yeah, personally, I would love to go back and experience that again. So anyways, I know we talked about a lot of things in this video. Hopefully it helped you. I know that there are a lot of you watching this video that were in a similar position to me, and you're motivated, you're super driven, but you sort of don't know what to do. There are people telling you this, there are people telling you that. But the one thing I'll just leave you with is do your own thing, live your own life. Don't always do what other people want you to do, because sometimes they just don't know what's best for you. Plus, they're not you, so don't let them be you. If you guys got any value from this video, please give it a like. Make sure to subscribe for more videos just like this. I do a ton of content about personal finance, entrepreneurship, building your business. And yeah, my whole goal is to help you become financially successful. I did, and I want to help you do it too. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Hmm.
This video is a workshop that will show you how to create.
What brand is differentiation. Differentiation is about making sure you do not become a commodity. We did that for 16 years. We've been agency of the year for 6 times in the last 6 years. At this point where we stuck dynamite in our old business model, and I've seen it make a CEO cry. And I go, holy, I didn't think that was possible. That's the power of real language. If I'm on a golf course somewhere, I would have made a wrong turn. 2 things are about to happen, and why I think the whole branding industry, the way you knew it, is dead. It's gone.
Hey everybody, what is up? My guest for today's podcast is none other than Brian Collins. The last time he was here, he talked about generative design. And those of you who have looked it up, start to make this connection. Was Brian predicting the advancement of AI? Well, I don't know, but it seemed like he had a crystal ball. Well, in case you don't know who Brian is, he's a design luminary. He's considered a design master, and he's picked up multiple agencies of the year. So I'm super happy when Brian says, hey, let's have a conversation. I got to share with you what is new in my life, what I'm seeing. I just want to pull up my chair and listen at the feet of the master. Brian, welcome to the show.
Oh, guys, I'm at the feet of the other master, Chris. You know, 5 years ago when we had that discussion, that resonated. I was stopped in the streets of Lisbon by a designer who watches you. In London, the streets of New York. I am so pleased to see your conversation and the important issues that you're bringing into the dialogue around design and the future of design. Been so pleased to see your influence and the conversation you have expand like around the world. You know, and now you're traveling around the world too. So and we met, I think it was in Cairo, right? Yeah, because you were speaking at that great design conference, and I was with I was at Ben Kirk. And later I went with Tim Goodman, other members of my team. And so I can't thank you enough for that conversation 5 years ago. It's so good to see you again.
I want to ask our fans and our friends of this, because Brian has a very distinctive look. If you ever see this man in the street, stop him, say hello, be kind, be respectful of his time, but just let him know where you saw him so that we can continue this dialogue with people just like Brian. So Brian, I know that you've been in this game for a really long time. As the kids say, you're seasoned. You're not old, you're seasoned. You've seen lots of things. As such, I'm really curious as to the patterns that you're seeing and where we need to be, because you seem to be pretty good at predicting the future.
You know, it's interesting. Collins is going into its 17th year. When we started out, after I had left a pretty successful run as an executive at Ogilvy and Mather, I'd been there for 10 years and it worked at Footcon Belling, San Francisco, and Levi's, and before that, in the design division of Fallon McGilligan called the Duffy Design Group. We worked on brands from Giorgio Armani to Porsche to Levi's to Amazon.com to Disney, and certainly at Ogilvy, at Ford Motor Company, IBM, Jaguar, Starwood Hotels, and certainly the Dove campaign for Real Beauty that my team worked on. You know, that was a pretty good run. And then when I met Leland Mashmeyer, my co-founder and my creative and business partner, we decided to start out. We were kind of a ragtag group of. I was looking for gifted misfits, and certainly Lee met that criteria. I met Lee, and I knew that it was time for me to start, you know, my own design company. I was in my mid-40s, and I had a lot of energy, and I thought it made sense given what I saw for the future branding. And we kind of stumbled, you know, along. Our premise from the beginning, we started out with, 2 laptops, 4 desks, and an idea that design wouldn't be what we make. Design is what we would make possible. That put the emphasis not on the artifacts, but on the outcome and on the action that designers could have on creating the future. In effect, what we were doing is designers are wizards. We're able to kind of rehearse the future before it arrives. And the way that we would say it is there's really no such thing as the future. What there are many futures all in competition with each other. And your job is to fight for the one future that you believe in. And then design is the bridge that helps you get to that future. And so we did that for 16 years. And it turns out we played that game pretty well. We've been agency of the year for either Ad Age or D&AD, 6 times in the last 6 years. And, bonkers. That was a pretty good run, and we established ourselves and we proved out our philosophy that design is not what we make, but design would be what we make possible, placing our orientation around the outcomes. By the way, that didn't diminish craft because we're crazy.
What is this guy even saying?
How much money do you make?
So in our first year of business, we're gonna make over like around 1.2 to 1.5
$1 million?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Wait, I didn't even know that. You're making $1.5 million this year and you're 19.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do?
So we build software products. So one of the biggest products we have built is, if you've seen on TikTok, you've seen all these AI Drake covers and all these AI SpongeBob videos. So we actually built the tech for that. And we launched it about 8-9 months ago, and very quickly went from 0 users to now almost 2 million users.
Wait, so like that viral AI Drake song?
Yeah, so that was one of our early users. So we found this product, like it was essentially like voice to voice conversion. And we're like, there's so many use cases. We allowed a couple of beta users, about like 30, 40 people. One of them actually made that song, put it onto the internet, and
Whoa, that's really cool. Just to see someone that like used your software and like went hella viral from that.
essentially, yeah, it was like all of our distribution done for us.
What's it called?
It's called Musicfy.
Musicfy?
Yeah.
And it's still like running right now?
Yeah, we still have like around 1 million active monthly users, which is pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So as you've gone about launching this, how long did it take you to make this?
So it took me a week. The story, yeah.
Wow.
So what happened was, over the last year, I've spent working at a company called BuildSpace, which, so I was 17, 18, and I was working at this company called BuildSpace. They're essentially building a school for people to follow their dreams, rather than the traditional pattern of going to a traditional school and like following a fixed path. Imagine you got to work on what you actually wanted to work on, whether that's be a musician or make an AI product or become an athlete, whatever it is. Like you want to go do something, how can we help you? So we launched a 6-week program called BuildSpace, which was nights and weekends. And essentially for 6 weeks, we put you in a group with other passionate people about their own ideas. And essentially in those 6 weeks, we help you go from step 0 to step 1, which is essentially starting in your idea. So during that, I learned a lot from like the founder. His name was Farza. I was really young, 16, 17, 18. And I spent a lot of time just learning how he would scale a startup. They ended up raising $12 million. And I spent a lot of time building the startup. In that time, I realized, okay, cool, to build huge companies, you're going to have huge missions and huge goals. And I needed to become an engineer as well. You needed to learn how to write code, because everything I did required code back then. And I was just an engineer. But how do I build my own products? You also have to know how to write really good code. So after I left, I decided I'm going to spend the rest of the year kind of just building projects every month. So every month I just built a new project. So I was trying to refine my coding ability. And then one month I came across this research paper, which was talking about the vocal style transfer that a research paper in China released. And I realized like this can be used for music. And we saw like a couple of random like AI Kanye songs. And this was before the Drake thing.
Right.
It was the first thing was AI Kanye. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. I wonder how people do it. And I came down this rabbit hole of realizing that people were in this Discord called AI Hub, which was like a really small Discord at the time, only 5 or 8,000 people. And I remember in the chats, people were like, hey, what is a print error? And a print error is like the simplest type of error in coding. And I was like, these are like non-developer people trying to learn how to convert their voice to Drake, or trying to learn how to convert their voice to Kanye. And I realized like, if I just built a simple site with the tech that's already out, that people are going to want to use it anyways, because they're trying really hard. So I spent a week from the idea and kind of just launched it. And a week later, it had 100,000 users. So
100,000?
Yeah, so from idea to launch, 7 days. And then from launch to 100,000 was 7 days.
Was it free for the 100,000?
Yeah, it was free. And I was losing money. So I didn't monetize it at all. I kind of just released it just thinking like it would be cool.
God.
And people really thought it was cool.
So was there any productized version of that, like of AI voice covers?
No. So we launched the first thing, and that's why it grew so quickly. And also at the same time, we didn't know it was going to be like a company. We kind of just launched it as a side project, thought some people would use it, didn't think it would have high retention. And very quickly, we realized it was the opposite. People really liked it. People were sharing it. And it was super simple. It was like select between Drake, Ariana Grande, and Kanye West. And you just upload a vocal file and press convert. That was the entire site. But we were spending about $3,000 in GPU credits every single day for those first weeks.
How did you afford that?
I didn't. So that's like the craziest part. So I launched it for fun, and I was like, okay, cool. Maybe I'll spend like $5,000 on it, and I'll have it on my resume as like a cool big project I built. And then very quickly, I realized, okay, like this has gotten to like 10, 12K. I should probably make some back. So rather than like thinking of a really proper monetization strategy, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna put like a $1 like paywall, like $1 subscription per month, and you can use the tool. In the first hour of me launching that, I remember we had like $95 of $1 subscription paid, and by the end of day one, it was 2,000. I was like, yo, so 2,000 people paid $1 today. So I feel like I could probably raise it a little bit more, and so that's what we did.
SaaS in 2024 is all about getting your idea to market as quickly as possible. That's why we love no-code SaaS. We can use tools like Bubble and Make.com to make an MVP in less than a week and then validate it by bringing it to the market. So no-code tools make it possible for anyone to build software now. Exactly how Shopify made it possible for anyone to start an online store, Bubble and Make.com make it possible for anyone to build web apps. So we have a brand new program called The Future Dev, where we teach you how to build virtually any software idea you have, all with no code. So if you want to learn how to get into the SaaS game and build your own software, click the link below and join the WGMI Academy today. How long has it been active?
So we launched in April this year.
Wow.
Yeah, not too long ago. 8 years? No.
8
8 months.
months. I was
8
gonna
months,
say,
yeah.
you started when you were 11.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been around for 8 months and you're already at over 100K a month in
Yeah.
MRR. How did you get this out into the world? How did you market it?
So we realized early on that to create any type of viral product, you want to make a lot of controversy. That's essentially get like both the people that like you talking about you and the people that don't like you talking about you. So when you first launched that AI Drake and Weekend song, it already stirred up a huge fire. Like people were like, oh, this is going to be great for the music world. And some people were like, yo, this is terrible as an artist and musician. So that was like good because people are now like coming to understand like this is a new thing in the market. Then we ended up basically spending a lot of time with UGC content creators and essentially created like this crazy affiliate program. People are already posting AI Drake videos and AI SpongeBob and all that already. So we were like, hey, how can we provide them an incentive to post about our platform? So we said, hey, here's an affiliate link. You're already going to post this content. Might as well make some money while doing it. So they started driving traffic to our site and getting paid for every sign up. So we ended up having around 4,000 people make like TikTok pages and just start spamming our links out of there.
So that's kind of how they knew it was coming from your platform.
Exactly.
So when that Drake song went viral, did people know it was coming from your
Not
app?
originally. At that point, we hadn't launched like publicly. It was still like just like our early beta users. But like a week or two later, we launched publicly, and that's when people started to see like, okay, this is kind of how you can do it yourself if you wanted to.
That's really cool. And so mainly it's just an affiliate program. What was the percentage, like 50%?
It was not even that high. It was 25%. But the main thing that we did was like people are already posting so much AI generated content. We just kind of went to these big accounts that had like they're growing very quickly at the time too, right? Because it's all over TikTok. And we're like, hey, you're already going to post this content. Like we can help you make money while you do it. So here's 25%. Some people were like 30, 40%. We can do custom affiliates, and we kind of just gave them the link, and that's pretty much it. I think till this day, like one of our biggest affiliates has brought in $50,000.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's just like crazy.
And so he's just posting AI generated content, and now he just threw your link in the bio for people that want to do the
like,
same.
why not, right? And his TikTok page is really well, and that's it.
Are there any other like organic marketing hacks or viral loops you've set in there for people to see?
Yeah, so there's two things I would say about like our distribution plan. One was TikTok really early. The problem with TikTok is you get a large amount of traffic, but it's not high quality traffic. And what I mean by that is like if you're scrolling on TikTok and you see an AI cover, it's not very targeted, right? It's just like some random person could be just chilling in their home, see this cover, go to the site, maybe try it, but they're never going to purchase a plan.
Yeah.
So we'll get millions of users or hundreds of thousands of views coming from TikTok, not really converting. But then we started doing long form content as well. We had a couple of influencers that made like YouTube videos about us. Like here are some of the coolest AI music tools. One video had 300,000 views, and that brought in $30,000 in revenue in a month, compared to like our 300 million views in a month, and that only brought in like 20 or 30,000. So there was huge contrast.
The density of YouTube.
Yeah.
What was the person that posted that, like a producer or like
an
engineer?
it was a producer, like a music producer.
And like teaching people how to do it.
Yeah. So essentially, what we did at the beginning, we launched as this tool to mess around, kind of convert your voice into like Drake and Kanye. And then we got a cease and desist letter. People actually don't know this.
Yeah.
But 3 weeks in, we got a letter from Universal Music, Sony Music, and Warner Music. I have it framed in my wall. It's literally like, it's actually like pretty crazy to get a letter from all three of them at the same time. And essentially what it said was, hey, you can't offer Drake or Kanye or all these big artists on your site because you're essentially you're selling a product with their branding and you're making money off of it. So we're like, okay, we agree with this. We won't. So that same day, we deleted all these Drake and Kanye models, all these big models, and replaced it with the ability for people to train custom models. That's where our pricing came in. So now people, if they want to convert their voice into these X artists, they kind of have to train custom models themselves and they have to pay for it. So that's kind of how we got around that.
So it's taking the accountability off your guys' shoulders in a way.
Essentially,
so instead of offering it, Drake and Kanye, they have to come in, and if they want to do it,
Yeah.
you can't control it. But
Essentially, we made it focused more towards like the music use case. So we essentially what we did was we replaced all the big famous artists with 50 artists that no one knows. Essentially, we took 50 people's voices and we took like 50 other people's voices. So 100 voices, took 10-minute recordings of each voice. So there's 100 custom voices. And essentially what we did was this thing called linear interpolation, where you take the model weights of 50% of one model and the model weights of 50% of another model and mix them together. And you essentially create a new voice that never existed. So you mix two people's voices and create one new voice.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so those voices actually don't have copyright. Like they actually don't exist.
Right.
So we essentially offer them on our site right now if you go to it. And artists and producers can use them in their music freely rather than hiring vocalists. For example, one of the big examples that we use is a lot of times we have male singers that want female background vocals or vice versa. Instead of hiring a vocalist, paying them royalties, and doing all the studio time, now they can just sing themselves and convert it to any voice they want.
This is super empowering for producers and engineers that are like
Exactly.
trying to like up their skill. Because like you just said, like the hardest part is finding quality talent. But if you have no experience or no money, you can't afford someone to like have someone use their vocals. So now they can just literally get some of the highest quality vocals and then really show their creativity. I'm on the side that's going to be really positive for music.
Yeah, it's very 50-50. What we've realized early on, so we have a lot of users now, but early on we realized the people that were coming to us very quickly were like the A-list celebrities. Like we have a lot of NDAs with really big players. And the reason I thought that was because a lot of these big people, the way they stay ahead of everyone else in their market is by adapting really quickly. So a lot of big A-list celebrities, one that we have publicly is Louis Bell. Louis Bell is Post Malone's producer. He's like known as the best producer in the world. So he's been using our platform for a while as well.
And what's he getting out of it the most?
So he's been using it to just essentially play with the music ideas, convert his voice into other artists' voices to send them demos in their voice.
That makes so much sense.
So just a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah, so you could like literally come up with an idea for a song, say, hey, Travis Scott would sound great on this, and just do like a loose version of it.
Yeah, if you wanted, right?
And then send it
Send
to
it
him.
to their team.
Yeah, wow. That's awesome. That's really cool. It makes a lot of sense. It's like a good practice tool. Wow. Good
Yeah.
job, man. Okay, so this was Build Space is basically like this just after school program, or how did you?
It's an online incubator, essentially. It's
Okay.
an idea incubator. If you have an idea, whatever you want
It
to
was
do.
online.
Yeah, it's online. 6 weeks online. You kind of just spend 6 weeks online, and there's online tutors that kind of give you frameworks and like, here's how to distribute anything, whether that's music, your own product, whatever it is. Here's how to think about consistency. Here's how to think about XYZ. So it's just like a credibility format.
Is it kind of like Y Combinator in a way?
It's like Y Combinator, but rather than for startups, it's for any idea. And they went through Y Combinator as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Did you have to pay for it? Did you pay for it?
It's free. So we believe that education should be free. And so that was the big goal behind starting it, and we launched it, and it's doing really well. It has like 200,000 students that have gone through it now.
Wait, are you a part of the Build Space?
I worked there for like 7 months.
Oh, you worked there?
Yeah. So the
Oh.
founder, his name is Farza. He's like 26, 27. It's actually his birthday today. So he's the person that kind of brought me into this entrepreneurship and
Gotcha.
founding. Yeah.
Okay, so you were like a part of the team of Build Space. And
Yeah.
You happened to build your own thing in the program as well.
I actually, yeah. So
Yeah.
as soon as I left Build Space, I was like, okay, I'm going to spend the next couple months kind of building it. And then I was like, I never even did my own like company's program. So I ended up doing it. And in that, the first time I ever did it, I was like, built this thing.
Do they take like a percentage of the
They
companies?
take nothing. So they don't have a business model in terms of right now.
They literally just don't make money right now.
Right now, yeah. So they
Okay.
just raise like a crazy amount of money, and they're focusing on just figuring out how to incubate ideas. But their business plan in the future is going to be around the idea of like getting subsidized education from government. So right now they're partnering with Dubai, like building schools there for entrepreneurship.
That's
And,
awesome.
Yeah, the government kind of pays for it.
I want to talk about that. That's really cool. But let's talk about your plan for the future of your app. So you're at 100K a month. You basically launched it really quickly, blew up really quickly. You figured out how to monetize it after getting cease and desisted. Yeah. So what's your plan as you go into the next year, 3 years? Because you said you wanted to make a big company. You have a big idea.
So around music, I never thought I would be making a music company. I've never even gone to a concert. So I haven't spent a lot of time like in the music world.
Yeah.
But I've done a lot of research around the market and the TAM and like the size of the market. Music tool softwares are like the lowest TAM. Like it's all around like less than $1 billion market.
You're talking like Pro Tools.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Right?
Ableton, yeah.
Ableton, like these tools are now worth over $1 billion. They're all less. And I want to build a legit company.
Mm-hmm.
I realized you can make a lot more money if you not only solve music problems, but also audio problems across other industries, whether that's like audio in games, audio and animation in movies. And what I mean by that is like all these characters in games, all these characters in movies have voice actors. Imagine you never have to hire a voice actor again. Imagine one person can voice act an entire movie, right? So that's like something that we're working on. We're also working on the ability for people to generate music for their games and for their movies, because they also have to pay for huge amounts of soundtracks, which cost tens of millions of dollars. Another big thing which I'm really excited to launch in the future, which we already have a beta working, is essentially in all these games and animations, you have so many sound effects. A man's running with like lightning in the background. Someone actually has to go in the studio and make that sound. Imagine you were able to just generate that via text to LLM, and audio comes out. Is that exactly what prompt you put?
So you really focus on B2B right now.
Exactly. Right now we want to build this B2B product, which is going to be like this for gaming companies, because we have so much interest from them already. We just had an investor reach out. We just invested in our company, Jaroslav. He's the founder of Beat Saber, which is the biggest VR game in the world.
Love it. Yeah.
He sold they sold to Meta for $2 billion. And he invested,
Beat Saber did?
Yeah, Beat Saber
2
sold
billion?
2 billion with a B. So that's so music is a $25 billion market, and gaming is a $250 billion market, which is expected to double over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Right? It's 10 times bigger. So there's a lot more money to grab, and especially in the audio problems, there's not that much innovation happening.
Yeah, audio engineers are like, especially sound effects and sound design for movies, like that is like an art form in and of itself.
Yeah.
It's like, so I can imagine how hard it would be to come up with how to make these sounds, because they literally physically have to make them in the studio.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. So so you guys decided to raise money?
Yeah, we only took two checks. One is from Founders Inc., which is the startup incubator that I worked out of. Previously, BuildSpace was one of their portfolio companies as well.
Gotcha.
So the only reason I took money from them was because I realized they helped me a lot at the last company, and I wanted them in my corner.
Gotcha.
And then we only took it from one other angel, who's Jaroslav, who gave us like 100K as well. And he sold his company to Beat Saber, and he was the director of music at Meta.
So
it's
strategic.
Really strategic, right? We haven't needed to raise in terms of for monetary reasons. It's more been for connections and
it's the only reason to raise, really. In a smart
essentially,
way,
yeah. And they came to us, so it's like,
of course.
Yeah, that's the best time to raise.
Interesting. Okay. So how long do you think that will take you guys to build where it's like the MVP for the B2B side?
So we already launched a beta with one customer yesterday, and we started working on it 2 weeks ago. So the cool thing about us is we work really, really quickly. Like we have a team of 4 people, and since it's a startup, we kind of have like very high expectations on how much code we're gonna write. So like every day we're shipping some new product feature. Like for example, in the next 3 weeks, we're gonna ship a whole new redesign of the entire site, which is gonna be pretty exciting. So we're always working on something new. This B2B feature should have 3 pilots by the end of December, and then by early January, late February, like in that time frame, we're gonna have it fully launched.
Wow. And is it creating like really high quality audio? Because like sometimes you listen to these AI artists and they might sound a little muffled or like a little watery.
So we like pride ourselves in creating like the highest quality vocals. Like that's why that's why we've partnered and worked with big music producers, and we've made the product look very professional. Like it's not focused on like the clown use case essentially, or the and also the cool thing about that is because we're working with producers, it's much higher retention. Like these guys stay around way longer than the people that are
sticky.
that are just making AI covers, AI SpongeBob, whatever. But in that sense, we spent a lot of time working on our models and kind of just making them the highest quality. And we expect to launch like another model in the next 3 months, which takes the quality from like, let's say 95% now to 97%, which will be the highest by far.
This is a really cool idea. Do you have competitors that are like moving, like are big? I feel like big studios might like try to create something like this.
So we have competitors that have essentially gone down the angle of like, let's just offer Drake's voice and Kanye's voice.
Yeah.
Because of that, they'll grow very quickly because now they got the viral element to them.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is like, okay, you're gonna have like all these labels and big guys that have insane amounts of money on your neck. And then the other thing is the business model is not sticky enough, because when you're marketing toward this type of user, they're using it for entertainment purposes. The user that's using something for an entertainment purpose and the user that's using something for a business or work purpose is two different people. There's one that has very high retention, and one, if the site goes down tomorrow, they'll kind of disappear.
Yeah. And that's much quicker to make, so you might not really have a moat as far as the business.
Essentially, it's just a viral product, which you can make money doing right now.
But you're transitioning into the go B2B gaming side. That's like your big
Exactly.
thought. Okay.
So, I mean, we're going to have this product at the same time, like this music focused product, which is Musicify, but at the same time launch a Bredge company, which is going to be focused on this gaming aspect.
How would you go about getting customers? Like as far like
in the
gaming
studios?
Yeah.
So what we've done is the two people that invested in us, Founders Inc. The portfolio that the investors that invested in us was this guy named Hubert. He founded Curse Gaming, which was pretty much a Discord competitor at the time, a long time ago. So he's friends with pretty much everyone in the gaming space. And then Jaroslav also from Beat Saber. They're also really good friends with everyone at Meta Gaming. They invested in like 5 or 10 other gaming studios. So because of those two connects, we can kind of get like our first 10, 20 customers. And once we get a lot of learnings from those 10, 20, we can kind of scale from there.
Scale out your sales process. Interesting. How would your pricing model scale? Because
for B2B customers?
Yeah.
So for B2B customer, it's a completely different game. Like these contract sizes are like tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. This is much different than consumer. So we'll have the consumer angle running. But for gaming, we're talking to a studio right now that spent $50,000 on a sound agency to just do all the sound for the game. Imagine we could get them for $30,000 to have their own in-house tool that can kind of generate whatever audio they needed. And at the same time, the sound agency doesn't do voice characters and stuff like that. They have to hire another voice actor and all that. Imagine you can also do that in the software as well.
Is this per month or total? To like
per year.
Per year.
Yeah.
Wow. So $30,000 per year to get basically unlimited sounds that you own the rights to.
Exactly.
And then also voice actors.
So that's how these agencies kind of work, these game studios. They pay like per year contracts or per game contracts. But yeah, we want to license out per year.
So the big Hollywood strikes that were going on, have you been like involved in that in any way?
I mean, I would say like one product that like one way we have been involved is like since the voice of voice tool kind of works for anything, you can use it for. We have a bunch of users that even use Musicify just to like convert their voice into like a Morgan Freeman style voice for a movie trailer or XYZ. So in that sense, you can kind of replace voice actors right now with our tool. That sense, there may have been a little repercussion, but that was pretty much it.
Interesting. Okay. But you're in like the AI trend is super like popular right now, especially like right when you launched, probably like the peak of it.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, what has changed since like when you launched this to now 8 months later, as far as the AI landscape for voice cloning?
I think there's a lot more tool, specifically in voice cloning. I think like 11 Labs has definitely like cemented itself as like an industry leader.
Yeah.
But that's in text to audio. So that's their main focus.
One specific use.
TTS, right? Text to speech. There's not been a specific industry leader. I think maybe us for audio to audio, which is pretty cool. I'm excited, like overall in the AI landscape, because I'm come from SF, like I spent a lot of time with all the builders. I've seen a lot more people kind of come in. Like 8 or 9 months ago, we would see a lot more Web3 projects that were still like kind of hanging on. But as soon as like ChatGPT and all these other APIs came out, people are just switching their entire companies. I know companies that raised $3, $4, $5 million on a Web3 idea, and I just pivoted straight to AI after the ChatGPT launch. So it's pretty cool to see how quickly.
What do you think about people that made that pivot?
I think it makes sense. It's like it's trends, right? Like people want to catch on to the next hype wave. But I think if you can build a really good product right now, you can make a lot of money in the future. Like there's a lot of spaces in the AI vertical that need to have cemented industry leaders, which there aren't. And if you can cement yourself, then
you think it's too late to get started on one of those?
I don't think it's too late to get started if you have distribution. Like that's the only thing. If you have distribution, you can kind of be any company.
What opportunities would you pursue if Musicify wasn't the main priority?
So right now I'm really good friend. We're actually doing this. So Daniel, Daniel and Musa is another friend of mine who's a big like Instagram, TikTok creator. So Musa's whole content is like, hey, here's how to become a TikTok clipper and use your content. Take a streamer's clip, put a GTA clip on the bottom and put it on TikTok and you'll be created by the Creator Fund. We're basically building a product that kind of takes long form like Twitch streams and kind of creates clips like that very quickly with generative products. So that's essentially what we're working on. And the cool thing about that is since Musa has so much distribution in that type of audience, if we build a tool for that, you kind of have guaranteed customers.
What's your tech stack?
For dev work, we spend like a lot of time with TypeScript, JavaScript. We use Next as our framework, and we also use Supabase as our database. And then for Musicify, we don't use any APIs. Like everything we run locally on Modal, which is a serverless GPU company.
And why do you make that point?
So APIs, you can kind of just take another company's product and kind of just call into your own app. There's actually no other company that hosts the model that we use, which is the audio to audio model. So we had to host it ourselves. And because of that, we have a lot of companies that reach out and they're like, hey, I actually need this use case of audio to audio in my app. how can we get it, and we have to offer them APIs.
So you have an API?
Exactly. We have a closed source API that we give to like specific customers. Like we have a spend limit of like you have to spend at least 10K and you'll get access to it. But yeah.
That's cool. So people want to basically insert the features you have in your app into their own software some way, one way or the other. They're allowed to.
Exactly.
But 10K minimum B2B basically.
Exactly.
Interesting. That's really cool. You got a good business, brother. Nice.
Yeah.
But it's so interesting that you probably didn't even see this coming. You said that you were starting a new app every month.
Yeah. So I didn't expect this at all. Like the month before, I built like an AI image app. So like if you remember, like Lensa came out, which I basically built Lensa 2 weeks before, which was really cool. So I spent a lot of time just working on these new models that were coming out and just kind of launching apps as fast as I could. That was my whole entire goal.
So did you just pick up on like these AI APIs a little bit before the mainstream because you're in San Francisco? And everyone was talking about it probably?
I think it was a little bit of that, and also like I would spend a lot of time on Archive, which is like actual research papers go on.
Really?
Yeah. Archive,
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah. So Archive is literally like, so a lot of people will go on like social media, and that's fine too. You'll kind of see where trends are going, but the earliest you can spot a trend is like when a research paper about it comes up, right? Like a research paper about vocal style transfer came out, and I was like, okay, this is really cool. There's probably something here. And then this AI Kanye video came out. When you have those two connects, you can kind of be like, okay, industry advancements are happening, distribution is happening. When I build a product, there's probably something going to happen, right?
So an archive, what's it called? Archive.org? Or?
It's ARXIV. It's .org, yeah.
Wow. Okay. And then so basically, can you see if it's getting like, I'm assuming a research paper comes out, and then is it like an upvoting system like Reddit, or how do you like see?
You can kind of just read it. If you want to go for like an upvoting system, the best place to go is Hacker News.
Oh, I love Hacker News. Yeah.
Hacker News is like the best. That's kind of like Archive. They take actually a lot of stuff on Hacker News kind of points from archive stuff. Archive is like literally pure research papers.
But how do you were you just sorting by like new? And,
yeah,
like,
essentially
new.
Like okay. every day there's a couple of new papers, and sometimes there's some really cool ones. Like you'll see like hundreds of hearts and okay, cool.
So there's hearts, like you can like sort by how popular they are, basically. Exactly. Okay, cool. That's really you actually just really taught me something.
And then Hugging Face is the other big one too, right? So
really,
Hugging Face you can see like Hugging Face is purely made to figure out which models are new and upcoming. Like
so,
ranked.
Is Archive specifically for AI?
Archive is it's for everything. It's like pure research papers. Hugging Face is purely for models, which is AI, and then Hacker News is purely for like tech stuff that's really cool happening.
Okay, how do you spell Archive?
ARIXIV.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna look at that tonight. I'm pretty excited now. I'm all nerding out. But okay, so you basically have the plan. You were making a new app every month.
Yeah.
This one, how many did you make before you made this one?
I think I made 5 or 4 or 5. Yeah.
Okay, so you made 5. This one hit. 100,000 users, like almost over in the first second week. That's crazy. So were you in BuildSpace at this time? Or you left?
No, so I had left.
Okay.
So this was 5 months after I left BuildSpace.
So you left BuildSpace, one app a month for 5 months. Then you launched this one and it hit. That's exactly what Tweet Hunter, if you know what Tweet Hunter is.
Yeah, I know Tweet Hunter. I use
TiVo. Yeah, so that's exactly what they did. They were making a new app every single month. And this one hit. Tweet Hunter hit. They sold it for 10 million. So interesting to see those comparisons. But yeah, so BuildSpace learned probably the foundation.
Yeah, kind of how to run a company, how to like operate, and also like how to lead a team. That was the main things.
Did you learn how to code then too?
I spent a lot of time actually while working at the company learning how to code as well. Okay. So I learned how to code in the span of like 1.5 years.
Nice.
Entirely from no code to like I know how to actually build products.
And you feel like you're like a pretty strong developer at this point.
Yeah. And that was purely just because like I was like, I know that if I want to create like really big products, I need to understand the products themselves. Like there's a lot of talk about like, hey, you can use no code platforms, but the amount of customality you need for building a great product, you need to understand what you're doing. So I spent a lot of time.
Interesting. We're proponents of no code, but I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So are all the people on your team, you said you have 4 people, are they all developers?
Exactly.
Engineers?
Yeah, so 4 engineers. We have 4,000 or 5,000 affiliates that do content for us.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. So like I wouldn't say they're on our team, but we have like this one 16-year-old kid that kind of manages all of it. It's pretty.
Is it just like in a Discord server?
Yeah, it's like this kid. I pay him $500 a month, but from the beginning, like the month that I launched it till now, he's kind of just been managing all of our affiliates for us, and he's done an awesome job.
That's awesome. Was it on Discord though?
Yeah, it was on Discord.
And what do you guys use for your affiliate program?
We use a software called Tolt, TOLT.io.
Why do you use that one?
So it's great for essentially, normally for referral links, you kind of have to like set up emails and like you have to send an email verification, then you have to approve it. Like we didn't want to deal with that. We wanted people to kind of come on, log in and then have their own link, design their own link, whatever it is, and ready to go. So there's a software called Tolt, which makes it really easy to make their own affiliate links. I think it's one of the coolest companies in the space right now. Not a lot of talk about the company. It's one of my friends' companies, but they're doing great. Yeah.
What's their unique proposition?
The unique proposition is essentially anyone can come on and make an affiliate link in less than 5 minutes.
And
then track, and they also have a dashboard to track like leads, referrals, like leads as in how many people converted, which plans they converted on, and then also referrals, how many people clicked on your link and didn't buy anything, and how people signed up. So really good dashboard.
Is it mainly for software or is it anything?
You can kind of use it for anything that has a Stripe checkout.
Stripe.
So it literally hooks onto the Stripe endpoint at the end. But yeah.
That's really cool. Okay, I'm probably gonna use that.
Yeah, Tolt is really good. Like I would really
T-O-L-T.
TOLT.io. It's I would say one of the best companies I've seen in the last year.
Okay, great. So left Buildspace, new company every 5 months. This one hit 100,000 users. Your distribution was basically affiliates. Like it went viral. You kind of caught a trend early, I would say.
Yeah.
Then you had affiliates to put fuel on the fire. Then that's kind of established you, gave you the capital to think bigger. Did you have 4 people from the start, or did you bring?
No. So it was just me for like me and like one person for like the longest time, for like maybe 4 or 5 months, and then we slowly brought on more people because we're like, dude, we're just like saving like so much money every month.
Yeah.
Like we should start spending it, you know?
Yeah, no cost. And then you brought on. So you got 2 more developers. Are they partners? Are you the?
Yeah. So I'm the founder, and then we brought in 2 like part-time like engineers. Essentially.
Gotcha. Great. So you have 4 people. Had some money, then you brought in 2 strategic investors because you've had the bigger B2B play in mind, going after gaming. So you got the Beat Saber guy, and then Founders Inc.
Startup incubator.
Cool.
Yeah.
And so that was literally just to help, so they could open doors, give them a little piece of the company, and then that is your vision for the next year. Is just build out this gaming side and help.
Yeah, I in unison, I think it's 2 things. So one is like I don't think you can build a billion-dollar company in music right now, and the main reason is because not enough people know how to make music, and because of that, like that essentially comes down to one main thing, which is like these music softwares are really hard to use. For example, if you look at like Adobe Premiere, a lot of people can't use Adobe Premiere. That's for images, right? But when Midjourney came out and allowed anyone to make images, like the market for image and art grew like 5x.
Yeah.
If you do the same thing for music, which allows anyone to convert their voice into instruments or voice into other vocals and make music with just their voice or simpler tools, you can kind of grow the market in one way. So that's one part of the equation. We want to grow the market of music for anyone to make music. At the same time, we want to start building out the gaming aspect.
Interesting. That really does make sense. The TAM will grow because of your technology.
Exactly.
More people will feel like they can make quality music.
Yeah.
And then the gaming side makes tons of sense. Music is like 50% of the experience. So you'll save them a lot of money and time. It's a no-brainer. So are you